Okay. Is it all linked up? Hopefully you can hear me, son. If you can, let me know in chat. So you can hear me. Awesome. So I was able to figure out how to do this. Woohoo. Oh, that's good, son. How's your day going? How's school? That's good. I miss you, son. More than words will ever convey. I just miss you. Well, I'm glad I was able to figure out how to get this all to work. And thank you for being here, son. I'm trying to figure out how to do all this. Fingers crossed I can figure it out. I wish I could give you a hug because I could really use one. I know. But there are times when the person giving the hug's the one that needs it the most. That's where I'm at right now. It's been one of those weeks. Yep. It's been enlightening, discovering things about people you never thought you knew. Howdy. How you doing? I'm just trying to make this all work. What do you mean, son? What's been happening a lot? There's the link if y'all want to come in and talk. Yeah, I've had that too. I know that feeling, son. It's I've spent a lot of money on headphones too. I have a feeling I'll be spending a whole lot more with the kittens, the way they like to chew on cords. And thank you, Madman. I really do. I'm just trying to help people as best I can, any way that I can. And right now, it seems to be doing this is going to be what does it. If y'all want to come on live and talk, go ahead and hit the link that I posted in chat. And yes, it is very, very, very annoying and very, very expensive. It's one of the reasons why I try to keep an extra set or two around here, just in case that I keep in a container so the cats can't get a hold of them. But they've been a real pain in the butt lately, though. All right, son. Yeah, whenever they get really annoying, I pick them up and tell them I'm going to send them to Springfield if they don't stop it. And then I tell them that the Haitians will be running around after them screaming, yum, yum, eat them up, and chase them around the house. And of course, the little boogers don't like that. But I also bought them a little automated laser pointer thingy. So whenever I go to the bathroom, I don't have to worry about them being pains in my butt, climbing all over my legs while I'm taking food. How are you today, Matt?
Hi, how you doing today, Richard? Am I good? Am I clear?
Yep. Any day you wake up's a blessing, so I think I'm doing pretty damn good.
I figured I'd hop
even
on and just give you a good test for your stream. I know how
thank you.
fun it is trying to figure out how all this YouTube thing goes.
Yeah, I'm used to being the guest on other people's live streams, so I'm hoping I'm doing this right. I just wanted to do a quick test to make sure everything was lined up to be able to do it.
Sure.
And then whenever I saw that Zachary popped in, I was like, "Oh my God, it's working!" And it excited me because my son's here, and
Okay.
I've really been missing him.
Unfortunately, I can't relate to that too much because my son, he's 6. He's actually like wandering out in front of me right now.
Well,
but he's in England, right?
Yep. Hi,
Did
son.
it work?
Yeah.
Yes, it's working.
Yeah.
There's my boy. How you feeling
Dad.
today?
Good.
Love you, son.
I love you too. I need to get my sleep back in check. I woke up like 20 minutes ago and it's like 3:25.
Well, you get that. You get that from
time
me.
change.
You get that from me because of my body clock is so messed up. But that comes pretty much naturally because I got it from my dad too.
Oh my God. I want to show you something. At college yesterday, there was this whole like thing with careers and that. This place was giving out keychains. Do you want to see what it looks like?
Sure.
They gave me a sperm cell keychain.
Oh God, you gotta be kidding.
There was also a place giving out pride flags, and then because my friends were there getting theirs, and then they asked me, "What's your flag?" And I was like, "The American flag. Do you have one of those?" And they said, "No," but they gave me a sticker of like the map of the United States with the flag in it, but the red and white stripes were the pride flag, and I just found that hilarious. So I put that in my phone case, and I started calling the sticker the United States of Gay because it's hilarious.
Oh God. See, that's the thing that's getting me right now is people keep putting their identity ahead of everything else, and to me that scares me.
They weren't like forcing it on like anyone, which was nice. They were like, "Hey, are you part of anything? That's cool. But do you want to know? Do you have like any questions or that?" They were just like very chill.
Yeah.
which was cool.
I
Well,
think I identify being an individual ahead of being joining a crowd. I think is more important.
Mm.
yes, that's the thing. The largest minority group that exists is that of the individual. And unfortunately, people don't want to recognize that. And
Mm.
we, as a, okay, I've said it before. If you've never seen an uncut diamond, go take a look at one. It's an ugly looking piece of quartz, it's a smoky rock. And identity is a single facet that you cut into a diamond to make it valuable. The more facets that you cut into that uncut raw diamond, the more clear and the more valuable it becomes. That's how a human being is. A lot of people like using the term, the allegory of a silversmith burning off all the impurities within the silver, because when you've burned out all the impurities in silver, it becomes like a mirror and you can see yourself in it. And one of the oldest allegories that I remember of about becoming a good human is the fact that God's a silversmith and he's trying to purge you of all of your impurities so he can see himself in you.
I almost feel like God wrote that down somewhere. Like I don't know, I can't place it in my mind. But you know,
Yes,
Sorry to interrupt, but it's just so cold here. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab a hoodie.
Okay, son. I love you.
That's still relatively well. It's cooling down, but it's relatively warm around here. And I can't straighten out my shirt. I think because my camera is different then, and I need to go. Okay, which hand is controlling what here?
Don't worry about it.
Anyway.
If I had my camera on, I'd have to put my Hawaiian shirt back on because my t-shirt's covered in cat food and goo from taking care of the cats. Yeah, because they whenever they get really they like to jump.
I'm back.
Welcome back, son. They
Thank
like
you.
to jump and do stupid shit. One of them keeps climbing on the top of my computer chair, which is almost directly underneath a ceiling fan. And he'll get up there and he'll sit there and watch as the ceiling fan blades are going by. And he's trying to judge it to see if he can jump to catch onto it. And I look at, and I've told him, you do that shit, you definitely are going to Springfield. And
Springfield? Ain't that the place from The Simpsons?
No, I'm talking about Springfield, Ohio, where the Haitians are chasing cats and dogs and ducks and eating them.
Kind of eating them, yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it's bad.
Damn.
Reportedly, yep.
Yeah,
it's not happening. It's not happening.
According to ABC,
I might need to send my cat there.
Okay, ABC
my cat can be a
News-
real pain sometimes.
Oh yeah, especially when they're kittens, man. Because they
My
don't know
cat-
no better.
He's like 14 human years old. He's the same age as my sister.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't give a shit about anything. He just walks around. He's like, "Hey, I'm here. Give me food. Thank you. I'm leaving."
Oh, he actually says thank you? Oh man. That's a very nice cat.
But like whenever I go up to him, he runs away. Whenever anyone else goes up to him, he's like, "Give me love and affection."
Yeah.
But the thing is, I am always the one that gets out of my bed at 3 o'clock in the morning when I hear cat screaming. I'm like, kicks open the door and be like, "Get the fuck away from my cat." And my cat just was like, "Yeah, thanks for that. I could have dealt with it myself." And I'm just like, "No, the fuck, you cannot."
Well, cats can be quite amazing. You know, it's before I met your mom, I had a cat named Wednesday. I discovered this cat in 2001 on the side of the road on a Wednesday. And it was a little kitten. And I parked my car, opened my door, and looked down at it. And I said, you want to go home with me? And the next thing I knew, she was in my lap looking up at me, says, let's go. And she was a tiny little thing. She never grew up. She always stayed tiny. And she liked to ride around on my shoulder. And whenever I would drive my car, she would ride on my shoulder with her head resting on top of mine and her claws on either side of my head. And if a car was pulling into my blind spot where I couldn't see it, she would pop her claws so I could tell something was there. I got pulled over so many times by cops going, is that a cat on your shoulder? And she would just look at them and go, of course I'm a cat. What did you expect me to be? And they're like, how on earth are you doing that? And I'm like, well, would you like to test me on this? And I was like, okay, what's the test? Getting my blind spot and keep moving into my blind spot. And you will notice that I will know you're there because my cat is on my shoulder. And they would test me every now and again, and they're like, "How did you know it was there?" Because my cat sat there and popped her claws on which side of my blind spot you was in, and they thought it was so cool. Because back then, if cell phones with cameras and stuff had been a thing, they would have been taking pictures of me with Wednesday, and
Surprised they didn't rock up with Polaroids.
yeah, I know. But yeah, they thought it was amazing, and
I actually
she
have a
was
Polaroid camera.
she was a good cat, and I loved her and adored her.
Mm.
And somebody stole her, and
Where are they?
I have no idea if I ever find them or kill the bastards, because that my grandfather, I was taking care of my grandfather when she got stolen. Grandfather and grandmother when she got stolen. My grandfather didn't like having pets indoors, and he said that was one of his big mistakes. Though his biggest mistake was telling me that if I became a lawyer, he would disown me.
Oh damn!
Yeah, because when I got out of the Navy and I was getting ready to start college, I said I wanted to be a lawyer so I could practice constitutional
They all
law.
right? I heard someone say, "Ow, they good."
Yeah, my kid's fine. He's
Okay.
he's
He's
6-year-old. He exaggerates a bit.
Damn.
But yeah, but he said that if I became a liar, as he referred to lawyers, he'd disown me. So I said, okay, I'll alter that and just go back to my original plan of being a history teacher and try to teach civics and ethics in school as well as history. And but yeah, before he died, he said that was one of his two big mistakes.
Around 2 years ago, I was like dead set on like wanting to become a lawyer just because of one of my favorite superheroes at the time, Daredevil.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Daredevil's a good character.
Yeah, he's badass.
Oh, did you like the Netflix TV show?
I haven't seen much of it
Oh God,
because
you're gonna adore
I've
it,
not got
especially that
Netflix
first
anymore.
season. You got to be kidding! Oh man,
Nah, I was like
if I can,
like the first episode in, I was like, all right, I'll watch the next episode tomorrow because I've been using my grandparents' Netflix account, and like this was right when Netflix was like can't share accounts. And then I went onto Netflix and I was like, oh dang it,
yeah.
I can't sign in.
Well, do you have a DVD player?
No, I don't. Unless my PlayStation counts, I can play movies.
All right.
But technically, I do.
I think I still have an extra copy of the first season of Daredevil on DVD.
Oh,
An extra copy
nice.
of it because I buy DVDs and Blu-rays all the time because I'm a big cinephile. I love movies and TV shows. And when you end up a cripple, you spend a lot of time watching TV and movies and reading a lot. And that was how I was passing my time, waiting for the day for you would contact me. And my it was one of my family's big fears, was because I was existing just to be here when you came looking for me. That's why I tell people like Madman, never pass up a chance to hug and kiss your kids, because you never know what can happen that will keep you away from them. And this is a pain I would wish on nobody, because there is no describing this pain. It's that bad.
The
And this
only
is,
thing I really wish upon my enemies is both sides of their pillow to be warm when they try to sleep, and also for their feet to be wet the next time they put socks on. That's what I do to curse out my enemies. Full on playground insults, just inconveniences.
yes, that works perfectly.
One time,
Because
a guy on like a game I was playing said I was ass. Then I hopped on that mic and I was like, I hope you run into traffic on your way home from work. And then he immediately apologized.
that's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've got my sense of humor, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, uh, I've been doing what I can, and I help people where I can. I won't be able to do it as often until we get this BS with the VA and money fixed, because I gave them the divorce papers when they arrived,
Mm.
and they said, "Oh, you never gave them to us," and I'm
Hey?
like, "Yes, I did," and they're gonna penalize me because they didn't. They said I didn't give it to them when I did,
That's
which
bullshit.
yeah, it's costing me $300 a month out of my check,
Dang.
my monthly checks, and that's definitely going to be hurting, because that $300 a month was about half of what I donate every
Oh,
month.
damn.
Because as long as I can cover $1,000 on my mortgage, I use the rest of my money for the luxuries and for helping people. And my luxuries are like movies, toys, and stuff like that. Stuff that I see that I'm like, oh, that's awesome. I'd like to get one of those. But I've found the out whenever I send you the model of the Gundam we'll be building, I've got
Yeah.
to make sure I pay your
I got
VAT
the
tax.
best idea. When we get them, we build them on stream. Perfect idea.
Actually, that was what I was going to ask if you would like to do.
Oh, hell yeah. You see, great minds think alike.
Like I said, you're more like me than I thought possible. Oh,
Zachary, do you plan to travel to the States sometime in the future?
Oh, hell yeah. I plan on moving to the US like sometime next year.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Like when I
Yep.
turn 18.
We're in the process of getting his room ready right now.
Yeah.
I just have to go and find a decent bed for him, because all we need to find is a decent bed.
I'm in the process of finding affordable suitcases for all my stuff.
Cool.
Because I'm gonna need loads. The amount of stuff I have.
Yeah, he inherited the pack rat gene from me, who inherited it from my dad, who inherited it from my grandmom. I'm not kidding when I say that we used to have a antique store here in town, and it was the most popular antique store in Waxhaw. We had famous people coming to our antique store. James Cameron.
James Cameron sounds familiar, but I can't remember it. But I also do. Hold on, I need to scan brain.
A movie director. He directed Aliens,
Titanic. Is it
Titanic?
Yes.
Avatar. He also did The Color Purple, because when he filmed The Color Purple, he used my grandmother's antique store to get the antique the majority of the antiques that they used for making that movie.
That's
There was
cool.
an organ that was in the movie that came out of my grandmother's antique store. And the majority of the plates and crystal glass and all that stuff came out of my grandmother's store. And she organized all kinds of stuff for these big stars, which included Whoopi Goldberg, Oprah Winfrey. Shoot, who was the other lady that was in The Color Purple? But through them, she ended up getting to meet a whole lot of big names in Hollywood who, whenever they were in the Southeast, they would call my grandmother up, and my grandmother would set it up to where they could get private showings of her antique store and several other antique stores that had the type of antiques that they loved and collected. And that basically kept Waxaw's 100+ antique stores going for a very long time. And less than 2 years after my grandmother had to shut down Byram's Antiques, we went from over 100+ antique stores to now, at this moment, if I remember right, we have maybe 4 antique stores left in town.
Still good though.
And we would have 2 antique shows a year and 2 antique car shows a year, every year. And the antique car shows was one of those things of, oh my God, because there was these gorgeous antique cars that they would bring to show off. And,
I love cars.
And it was, yeah, every time we turned around, you wanted to wear your Lightning McQueen outfits when you were a baby.
My little brother's obsessed with Lightning McQueen.
Well, he probably, if your mom hadn't sold all the Lightning McQueen toys,
He's so much like how I am. My mother even made a joke that he says that he's literally just a mini me from how similar he's been growing up to how I was.
Yeah.
Like when he was like 2.
Well, every time I bought you and Jack toys, I bought your sister and brother toys too. And because I just couldn't, I had the hope that I'd actually get to see you and take those toys to you to give to you. And I did not want your siblings to see a stranger show up and give you stuff and not, and it hurt them and make them feel bad that, hey, this stranger shows up and gives Zachary all these fun toys and stuff, but I didn't get nothing. And
that is just benign proof that you are a good man.
To me, it was the only right thing to do, because I don't want to hurt a child. And even though she's not biologically mine, by law, your sister is my daughter by law and tradition. And so when people gave me those weird looks whenever after she was born, and I would go to toy stores asking the staff there help in figuring out what type of a toy a little girl would want to play with, and they'd ask me why I was asking for their help, and then I would explain it to them. The looks on their faces went from surprise to, why are you doing it? Then when I would explain it, then they would get other people to help them find toys for Scarlet Rose. And like I said, as time passed, I would keep some of those toys for y'all, but other times I would be giving them to children that I saw that really needed toys because they didn't have any. But I still have hope of one day being able to give you and your siblings the toys I bought y'all. Because I bought them for y'all, and I want y'all to have them. And I just try to be a good person. And one of the things I've always wanted to tell you is don't try to be a hero. Don't try to be anything other than the best person you can be. Because no matter what you can do, no matter what you end up doing in life, you cannot change anybody's opinion of you. Just be a good person. And that's it. Because you know the truth and God knows the truth. No matter what happens in your life, those are two consistents in life. And you have to be true to you. You have to be true to your ideals and your ethics and your morals. And by being a good person, trying and striving to be good, it's not an easy path. It's hard as hell. Trust me. It's the hardest thing you'll ever do, especially if you inherited my temper.
Oh, I definitely have.
Well, my
It has
my
gotten the best of me like many regrettable times.
yeah, my my mom and dad both had tempers, big time. And my parents said that their greatest regret was the fact that I inherited their tempers. And I also inherited their short fuses. In fact, the joke was mom's fuse was about a quarter of an inch long, dad's was about half an inch long. But they said my fuse could be in the negatives, that I owed a fuse. But they said, God bless the world by giving me patience, because it takes a lot for me to light that fuse. And after the accident, it my patience became even greater. My dad used to joke that I almost had the patience of Job, and after I died and came back, and the looks on his faces when he would watch me eating yogurt was one of those where he had to leave the room because he he didn't like yogurt that much to begin with, and he knew how much I hated yogurt before the accident. And then after the accident, him watching me eat yogurt caused him to go, "Oh God, he really has changed." He couldn't believe how much I had changed. I mean, and he had me. I had went over to their house for dinner, and Dad did up some steaks, and he watched me as I was eating my steak, making sure that I still like my steak the same way I did before I died, which is basically you cut the horns off, you wash its ass, and then you put it on the plate. That's how rare I like my steaks. And he's like, that didn't change. That didn't change. Because to me, if you overcook the steak, it means when you stick it, it doesn't go, ouch, that hurt. Because I love me some rare steak. But but yeah, I changed a lot after the accident, and a lot of people didn't know that several of the friends I had said that their biggest fear was the fact that I wasn't smiling like I had been was because of the accident, until they finally realized the reason why I didn't smile much was you boys weren't in my life anymore. And because they saw the pictures from when I got to see you on your second birthday when I was holding you and Jack, and they said that that was the smile that they remembered, and
Oh.
they said that they can see that smile again since I've started getting to talk to you again, and I don't cry as much as I did because if I was, if I made sure nobody was around so I could just let it all out because, oh man, every time people would realize just how hurt I was of not having you in my life, I kept getting calls from the VA going, "We're getting calls, man. Are you thinking about hurting yourself?"
Hmm.
This is me, Doc. What do you think? I know I keep telling them you wouldn't do that to your kids, but I'm getting them breathing down my throat. I'm like, well, okay. I'll just cry in private because that was the only reason why I stopped crying in public is they were people kept calling and harassing my doctor saying that they thought I was suicidal. And Dr. Rappaport is a good doctor, and he's a kind and compassionate and caring man, and I did not want to keep causing him any pain. So I just started doing it in private so nobody else would see it. But nah. So how's school started back for you?
Good, good. I made some new friends, which is very poggers and very rare.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I've got another question for you.
Yeah. Ask away.
Since you're wanting to move to the United States, are you going to be paying a visit to Georgia to go see Emma?
Yeah.
I knew it. I'm going to
I
have
want
to.
to meet everyone.
Oh, good. That means I don't have to rent out a chapel and find a priest to marry the two of you kids.
What? I thought you were talking about someone I was related to.
No, I'm talking about
Queen Emma.
Queen Emma.
I keep forgetting about her when I'm not in Tony's stream. I want to meet as many people as I can, though.
Yeah, and I want you to meet him too. I'd love you to get a chance to talk to Doomcock because, like I said, he he brought a community together that became a family. And when I was hurting, and he knew it, he sang songs to me that we thought you would enjoy. I mean, he learned a couple of Johnny Cash songs for me, and he would sing "Heartbreak Hotel" on your birthday and Jack's birthday, and
Jack's birthday is like still surprising to me that he was born on New Year's Day.
yeah, he was.
Yeah, him and my mum were in the newspaper.
Yep, I still have a copy of that article here at the house.
Like,
But
I'm just like, if you weren't a stubborn bitch when mother was giving birth to you, you could be 20 years old right now.
well, I don't even know if he remembers me, and that hurts.
I think he does.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Because mom and dad adored him as much as they adored you. I never told you the story about how dad and Jack ended up bonding because it was so hilarious. Because Jack was playing with Dustin, and the two of them were being little hellions, as little toddlers will do. And Dad was trying to watch a NASCAR race, and Jack was running. He sees it on the TV, and he stops right in front of the TV. And he had his two Chargers in his hands because he loved the Dodge Charger. Every time we went to the grocery
Oh wait,
store,
I got hold on, I got like a Dodge Charger model.
yeah,
Hold on. Look, I got a Dodge Charger model from the Fast and Furious.
yeah. Well, Jack, he loved the modern Dodge Chargers that was out in 2005, 2006, and 2007. We used to go through a Dodge dealership whenever we'd go for walks with you and you and Jack in your Prams, and he would try to get out of the Pram so he could go and get right up on the real Dodge Charger cars. And the people who operated the Dodge dealership got to where they knew us, and they actually would allow Jack to get behind the wheel of one of the Dodge Chargers, and he'd just sit in there and act like he was driving it. And we all had a big joke of one of the reasons why we wouldn't let him walk through the dealership was because he would try to stick it in his pocket and try to leave with it. And everybody would laugh because they'd be like, we could see this little baby trying to walk away with his pocket just expanded to take up a whole Dodge Charger.
That reminds me of something like quite a few years ago when Tom took me, Jack, and my sister to like a car show.
Yeah.
And that was just like encapsulated by like those muscle cars and that.
Yeah.
Uh,
But
good times. Good times.
anytime we would go to whenever we would go grocery shopping, we tell Jack if he was a good boy, we'd let him pick out 2 toy cars to buy and take home. That's how come he had so many toy cars, and they were only 50 cents each.
Damn, really?
Yeah, and so we would buy him 2 little toy cars, and Mom and Dad was like, "You're spoiling him." I'm like, "No, if we promise him if he's good, we'll reward good behavior," and thus he was always good. And but he would let you play with his toy cars. That was awesome part was the fact that he would actually put toy cars in your hand so you could play toy cars with him on the little rug that we had that had little roads all over it. And he would let you play with his shoot, what the tank engine. Shoot, my brain.
Thomas
Yes,
Tank Engine.
Thomas the Tank Engine. He would play with you with his Thomas the Tank Engines, and the 2 of y'all were always 2 little peas in a pod playing. And but nah, he loved his little Dodge Chargers, and he was standing there watching the car race, and Dad goes, "Hey, your daddy wasn't a glassmaker. I can't see through you. Get out of the way." And Jack looks at him, looks at the TV, walks over to where Dad was laying on the couch, crawled up on the couch, and didn't say a word during the race. But whenever the commercials would come on, he would turn his head and look at Dad and just start talking to him, jabbering off in baby language with Dad. And the 2 of them would sit there and talk during the commercials. And then when the race came back on, they both were quiet and watched the race. And that was how Jack and Daddy bonded. And after that, anytime Dad would go out to the garden to work in the garden, Jack wanted to go with him and ride around on the tractor with Daddy. Dad would take him to the wood shop and let him help whenever he was doing stuff in the wood shop. And then when you were born, he kept saying he couldn't wait to get to do the same thing with you. In fact, we had a spare baby seat just to put there on the tractor, so you got to ride on the tractor while Dad was plowing the field a couple of times when you were a baby. And one of my biggest regrets was I promised Mom and Dad that they would get to see the 2 of you guys again before they died, and they never got to do it. And that's on me. That's not on you. That's my my pain to bear. And they adored you. And just like I would buy gifts for the two of you, mom and dad would
Mm.
do the same. Oh, they they loved you so much, son, and they missed you so much.
Mm.
There's
I remember hearing about grandma when my mum told me. I was like just distraught, even though like I never remember meeting them. I was like, no.
well,
I
you're
just I'm upset that I wasn't able to like make any like current lasting memories. It was very upsetting for me.
they adored you, buddy, and they when I still remember the day Dad died, and I called to let you and Jack know that he had died. It was the last time I'd got to talk to you. Was Emma put you on the phone, and I said I love you and I miss you. And
Mm.
you says I love you, Daddy. I miss you. When are you finally coming home to stay? And that was the last time she got to talk. Let me talk to you until you called me.
Mm.
And why do you think I started crying when you called me? That it's been that long, and how
I'm just sorry I didn't call you sooner.
I'm just glad you called me, son.
And I'm also sorry for like forgetting my Facebook account password because I made that account to like try contacting you. But then like the day after it signed me out and I was like, fuck, I forgot my password.
It's all right. Uh, I I've done that too. So I I've got a couple of other Facebook accounts that I had started.
I've got
That
so many accounts for like everything. I've got like 2 free Steam accounts and like free like 2 to 3 Twitch accounts. Because the amount of times I'd like forget the password. Like I'm on my 5th Discord account.
okay,
Wow.
but this is my this is my second Discord account that I've got that I set up, and the first one I don't know what was wrong with it that I just could not get to sign back into it, and so I set this one up. I've even got a Discord that I've got set up. I just haven't opened it up to the public just for this channel for
Mm.
the American, the American Patriots Pad. That way, people that are going to be, if I do get fans for this channel, I'm going to have a Discord so they can communicate with me.
Yeah, that's
And
what most creators do, which I find like really wholesome and that.
because I want to have a community that will come together and help each other when the time comes. I'm not going to try to take away from the Stark Relief Foundation stuff. In fact, if
Mm.
I ever have somebody that needs help, he's going to be the first person I approach about it and see if we can
Mm.
set up telethons like they had in the old
Mm.
days. Because Jerry Lewis used to do the Labor Day telethon, which literally lasted all weekend. It was a 3-day telethon where it was a variety show that he hosted, and you had all kinds of people that came in and they just went nonstop for 3 days. And you could watch as Jerry Lewis, by the end of it, was so exhausted because he didn't sleep that he might have took a nap here and there, but he hosted the whole thing and to raise money to help children with muscular dystrophy, and what was the other two things that he had that he was raising money for? I can't remember if it was for The children's hospitals are not.
I just remember the muscular dystrophy. I don't remember
Yeah.
anything else.
But they did that, and it was something that was so beautiful, and it hurts that we don't do stuff like that anymore.
Yeah.
There's so many people who think, oh, the government has programs for that, so charity has not become such an important thing anymore, and that pisses me off because it's not supposed to. If you see a need, you're supposed to fill it, and that's why we're here. I mean, we've got these two things attached to our at the end of our arms that have 5 fingers attached to them called hands that
Well,
we're
I
supposed.
technically have like 4.9 on my right hand.
I I know, but you know where I'm going with it. You know, we're
Yeah.
supposed to use our hands to help people. That's why we were given them, and it's something that we need to get back to is remembering that charity is a good thing. We need to get back to where we're sharing the good things that we have in our lives with others. That's the part that so many people today have ignored, you know? And we had a much kinder community back in the day, even if there was social ills that were going on. It's insane. There was a guy that can't remember his name, but there's this black man that would make friends with Ku Klux Klan members, and he had a closet full of Klan robes. Uh, all the former Klansmen who he had befriended and helped them abandon their racism, and he was an example we should all live by.
Mm.
You know, by human because that's the whole thing about all this hate that we have in today's society is the fact that you've dehumanized the other side so much you don't see them as human anymore.
Mhm.
And I'm to the point to where I can understand not wanting to interact with people that are woke because no matter what you do or say, it's not going anywhere with them. And that terrifies me because when you get to that level, that's what happened in Weimar Germany. That's how come the Nazis were able to come to power and how they turned the most cosmopolitan country on earth at that point in time. It was the most educated, the most cosmopolitan places into the Nazi regime. People look at me like I'm insane when I say that, but you've got to look at all the facts of what happened and what Germany was like before Hitler came to power. Before Hitler came to power, Jews in Germany were nowhere near as despised as they were in all the other countries on earth, including the United States. Anti Semitism was pretty high all over the place. It
Wait,
existed in Germany, but it wasn't as bad. And
I've
you
got
could
a
actually
question.
go ahead.
How did you like make your profile like that so it's like a big square, not just a small circle of an image like I have?
Oh, that's easy. I got OBS.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a virtual camera setup. This is
Yeah.
Oh.
it's basically a wallpaper. I can actually change it around if you want to see some
Oh,
of the
that's
stuff I've
cool.
got on here.
Hell yeah.
Let's see. Okay, there's that one. That's just the logo.
Nice.
That's this channel's logo.
Woo,
I've also got an avatar. I've
that's
got a
cool.
picture of my dad, your grandfather, Father Christmas, Santa Claus. I've got the Queensmen, the superhero team I created
You should
based.
make a webtoon. It's like
another
a
picture.
digital comic.
And then I've got the Queensman. That's the full title.
Mm.
And then whenever somebody makes me laugh evilly, I will post this. and
That's
then
cool.
I've got, and then whenever I'm talking about everybody needs a drink, I'll pop up the mojito picture. And then whenever I'm doing uh, role playing game stuff, I've got some for that, like the Doctor. He's so cute, ain't he? And then I've got
Yeah.
some Fallout stuff that I've got. Uh,
I've seen you use those on Tony's streams.
yeah, I I enjoy the Fallout stuff because, like I said, Fallout 4 is one of the ways that uh, Logan was able to get me back out into the real world again. And it was by playing video games with me. And Fallout 4 was the one that really got me back into video games after I'd stopped playing Jedi Fallen Order. Because once I beat Jedi Fallen Order, I'd play it every now and again, but just nowhere near as much as I did Fallout 4. Because, like I said, Fallout 4's storyline really connected with me big time. And so, yeah, it's OBS. Let me see if I can find the link to it.
Wait, what the hell
And
is
I'll
going
post
on
it.
outside? It's raining whilst it's sunny. How? British weather is so complicated, and I've lived here my whole life. You'd think I've understanded it by now.
Well, wait till you get to North Carolina. North Carolina's weather is insane. I'm not kidding you. It is insane.
I'm gonna get hit by a bunch of culture shock.
A tad.
Yeah, North Carolina.
It's not gonna be culture shock. It's gonna be a culture seizure.
Okay, let me put it to you this way: North Carolina's weather is bipolar.
I don't know what bipolar is.
It can. Do you know how bad mood swings are?
Yes. I have a mother and a sister. One time a month, it's going to be hell.
Well, imagine that for the weather on a weekly to daily basis, and that's North Carolina's weather.
Damn.
Yes.
So is it going to be like raining blood or something?
No, it's just the fact that North Carolina's temperature and weather can just vary wildly throughout the year, and but the area is beautiful, and there's only a couple of other places on Earth I would want to live. One of those places, though, most people look at me like I'm insane as I get older, saying I want to go live in Alaska, and they're like, "It's super cold there. It's going to hurt you." And I'm like, "No, the cold will actually make things better for me."
Yeah.
They're like, "No, you've got metal holding your legs together. It's going to hurt." And I'm like, "No, the heat and humidity
I do
makes
like the
me
cold.
hurt."
Makes them more comfortable, yeah.
But when I'm in the cold, I don't hurt as bad. It's like whenever the winter comes and it's nice and it's cold, I can go for walks and not hurt. But if I go for walks in the summertime, I hurt. I hurt so bad I can barely get out of bed the next day. And I posted the OBS link for you there in the chat, son.
Yeah, have fun with that. OBS is a really good tool.
I'll try.
But yeah, but no, I'm trying to figure out some other stuff to do with the channel. And thank y'all guys for showing up to help me with this, because I was afraid I didn't get it right. I really was until I saw Zachary says, "Hi, Dad," and I'm like, "Oh God, it worked."
Yeah, I got my notification, so
I was on in straight seconds.
Yeah, I can. You definitely were, because
I hopped on as the second I saw the notification say your name. It's not letting me click on the link. Oh no!
Don't worry, I'll put it in the Discord for you.
Okay, thank you.
let's see. I'll put it under funny stuff. No, I'll put it under YouTube videos.
Smart.
Yeah. But yeah, it's the open broadcaster software. It helps a lot because I don't really want to have my face out there that often.
It doesn't have any think for mobile use.
Oh shoot.
I'll use that on my laptop at some point.
Well, I'm trying to see if I can find me a way, if there's a way that I can help get you a laptop, because I don't know. I mean, you're in the UK, and there are restrictions on what I can and can't send to you that I've been told, which really sucks because I mean, but like I told you, I've got a desktop here for you when you come already.
Thank you.
So, and it's got its own Wacom drawing tablet attached, and
that's sick.
Good dad.
Like I'm already saving up for like a good laptop so I can like play games on it to like see me through, so I can like save like up for like a long time to get like a beasted out gaming PC.
Yeah, that's one of the
like,
things I'd love.
I want to get a gaming PC that can run Minecraft with the ultimate shader pack and a shit ton of mods. Like, I think like this is how my brain works. If you can get a computer that runs peak Minecraft shaders, it can run anything.
Yeah. Well,
have you seen Minecraft with shaders?
Nah.
Google it because it looks awesome.
Oh, hey, speaking of Minecraft, we've all seen the Minecraft trailer that
yes, I'm so excited. It looks goofy as hell and I love it.
Okay. Most of us think it's pretty darn awful.
Yeah. I lost all hope for it to being a serious movie as soon as I saw that they mentioned Jack Black. I was like, oh damn, this is gonna be a goofy as hell movie, and I am in.
It's
because it's called a Minecraft movie, not the Minecraft movie.
Right. It's just
so it's gonna be like a goofy like one to just like put out there.
It looks very cringe over the top, but
that's what I love about it.
The interesting thing in here. Let me see if I can. Here, I'll try and find the link for it. Hold on. Someone made a copy of that trailer, basically shot for shot, but used the original like Minecraft source stuff. Here, let me see if I can find it real quick.
Like, I mean, honestly, like when you're playing Minecraft with your friends, what are you like mainly gonna do? Be like all serious and that, and like just like beat the game as serious as possible, or are you just gonna like fuck about with your mates and just do stupid stuff?
Yeah,
because that's what people tend to do when they're playing with their friends on Minecraft. They just do stupid stuff. And that is probably what the movie is gonna like represent, and I'm so down for that.
Yeah, I hope that's what it is.
I hope so.
Yeah,
because the trailer's kind of cringe.
I want.
I hope the movie is cringe. That'll make it better.
I used to like Jack Black. I really did until he started getting dumb and political. And I mean, Tenacious D, I enjoyed their music because to me it was fun. It was irreverent. And
there it is. Okay,
they would make fun of everybody, but now they just do what they do.
Okay.
And you want me to? Can you present your thingy on there, or do I have to hit a button for you?
Here, hold on. I just I'm gonna put it in the private chat so you all can just grab the link here and just look what this person did with it. And I like this, and it's like it's the same trailer, but it's with just original stuff within Minecraft. It's not like the specially like computer animated stuff, and it's a different way of looking. I'm just like, I like this a lot better if they would have done it this way. And while they're silent
Got
while
it.
they're watching it.
All right, I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong. Hold on. Nope, that's the brand back. Oh, there we go. Back to the where I can see comments if anybody
Yeah.
posts in the chat. But yeah, I want to see more stuff that's made to be fun because that's what entertainment is supposed to be for. It's supposed to be an escape. That's one of the reasons why comic books was such a big thing. I mean, I know I've talked about this in other streams before, but comic books was one of the big contributors to World War II's morale because they used comic books for ballast in ships whenever they were shipping stuff across the Atlantic and the Pacific.
Paper.
And
Yeah, makes sense.
they would take those comic books, and anybody who didn't get any letters from home during mail call instead got a comic book.
Nice. I would be praying that my family doesn't give a shit about me if I was there then. Be like, nah, don't care about me. I want me some comic books.
But they did. They would issue comic books, and the guys would pass those comic books around, amongst each other. And then after everybody had read those comic books, they'd end up giving them to some kids. It's one of the reasons why comics became such a popular thing in Germany. And because the American soldiers, the German people were told all kinds of propaganda about all the evil things that the Americans were going to do to them when the war was over. But the German people saw how the American soldiers was treating their children compared to how the Soviets were treating their children. And they knew that that they had better chances of being captured by the West than they were by the East. And that's why so many there was this there was a battle fought just to keep a bridge that was allowing civilians to escape the approaching Red Army with the United States. Because the United States was ordered to destroy the bridge so the Red Army could capture this huge caravan of German civilians that were trying to get away. And the American soldiers were ordered to destroy this bridge, and the German soldiers who were protecting the bridge wouldn't let them destroy it. And the Americans the soldiers on station kind of knew what the fuck the deal was. And they didn't want to blow the bridge, even though they had the supreme commander ordering them to destroy the bridge. And so they were looking for other ways to get those people across the river while allowing them to destroy the fucking bridge. And it was insane, the stuff that was going on at the end of the war. And I mean, people talk about what happened to the Cossacks, that surrendered to the West because they had fought against Stalin because of the things that Stalin did to the Cossacks and the Ukrainians. I can't remember which German general it was said that one of their biggest mistakes when they went east was how they treated the civilians. That Hitler was allowing the Waffen SS going behind the German army to commit some of the worst atrocities known to man until the Soviets invaded the West, and then it got really bad. And it was just war atrocity against war atrocity when it came to the Red Army and the Nazis fighting it out. And it was some really bad shit, dude. The stories that I got told from survivors of it.
We're not, and it's not being taught near enough in schools these days, like grade schools or colleges, nowhere near enough.
And I mean, it's like with the Holocaust. A lot of people talk about how bad Hitler's Holocaust was. It was bad. That was 11 to 13 million people dead. But Stalin killed something like 10 million Ukrainians in I think it was a 9 to 11-month period of time by just
Yeah.
starving them to death. And the Hitler numbers are from just over a decade of them carrying out the final solution. And those numbers are literally rookie numbers when you compare them to the things that Chairman Mao did in China,
Hmm.
Pol Pot did down there in Cambodia. Uh, Steven Crowder did this special thing that he did. It was originally supposed to be just one episode, and they ended up making it 2 or 3 episodes where they basically did brackets of all the dictators, all the way from Papa Doc all the way to Chairman Mao and Pol
Mm.
Pot. I
Yeah.
mean, they had Idi Amin in there. They had Papa Doc Duvalier from Haiti, and they
Oh shit! I haven't done my Duolingo yet.
but it was wild to see just how. I mean, they were using Hitler as a measuring stick of all these other dictators throughout modern history,
Hmm.
and you come to the realization, yes, Hitler was very, very bad, but these people were even worse, and nobody talks about it in schools.
And most of
And
the reason why that is because with Hitler we got pictures.
well,
The
they
rest of
have
these,
pictures of what Mao and Pol Pot and them did too. Hell, they've got video of the shit that was going on with Papa Doc. I mean, most people don't even know what necklacing is. Do you know what necklacing is? Okay.
yeah.
Is can the kids hear what we're saying right now?
No
Okay,
headphones.
good. Necklacing is where they take a tire that has been soaked in gasoline.
Hmm.
It's put around your neck,
Hmm.
and then they light
Hmm.
it up. So that's how they kill you. That's called
Right.
necklacing. Uh, the and this happened not just in Haiti; it happened in South Africa. Nelson Mandela's wife it used to be one of her favorite ways of killing opponents.
Hmm.
And these are things that happen that they don't report in the news, and they don't report it. They don't teach it in the schools. You actually have to go looking for this stuff to see it. And I think the biggest reason why is the fact that they keep miscasting Hitler as being right wing. They they
That's,
completely
that's one thing too. Yeah.
okay. They keep saying Nazis were right wing when the name Nazi was a shortation of what? The National Socialist German Workers' Party.
Hmm.
It it evolved out of first a communist party, then a socialist party, and then it became National Socialist. You see, because communism and socialism, the mainstream of socialism and communism were international socialist movements. And that basically rubbed a lot of the fascists wrong. It did with Mussolini. Mussolini stated that he created the first fascist party from he got his inspiration from Woodrow Wilson and the American Progressive Movement. Those were his own words. That's where he got his inspiration from. He was from a multi-generational socialist family. He was in charge of the biggest socialist newspaper in Italy before he created the fascist party. And socialism and communism and fascism all are based off of Marxist teachings.
Yep. Karl,
The
wonderful Karl
difference,
Marx.
and Karl Marx was if you look into his life, man, even his own mother said he was a waste of human life.
Oh yeah.
This is a dude that never held a real job or a job at all in his life. He was mooching off of somebody his entire life. Uh, Ingalls, I think Yeah, it was Ingalls, wasn't it? Was the guy who wrote the book with him?
The Communist Manifesto.
Yeah, if I remember right, it was Ingalls,
Hmm.
Ingalls and Marx. Uh, because Ingalls, if I remember right, was super rich or came from a rich family and was living off of their money, and Marx basically was mooching off of it. And Marx got into the whole we need to break up monogamous marriages and things of this nature because it's the building block of capitalist society and all this. And the reason why he was into that shit was the fact that he was a swinger. So this shit ain't new. It's like
Well, there's
like I
nothing new
said,
under the sun.
exactly. It's like I said about when it comes to the whole trans stuff. It's not new.
Exactly.
I mean, they were dealing with trans stuff all the way back in Babylon, and it usually showed up as a society and a culture was about to collapse in on itself because the same thing happened in
Fortunately.
Rome. Yeah. And I mean, I've told this story before about the first modern sex change operation was done in Berlin, Germany, during the Weimar period, where they actually transplanted into the guy uh, a womb and a playpen, and the guy ends up dying. I think a week and a half later from gangrene that killed him, and it's this isn't a new problem. It's something that's been going on for a very long time, and it's something that happens when society gets so decadent that they say, "Oh, we're all about the science," while ignoring thousands upon thousands of years of scientific data for new pop culture data and science. Because it's not real science that they're going on, especially when you look into Kingsley and Money, because the two of them were pretty nasty sons of bitches. If you actually look at some of the high points of their lives, I mean, especially Money. Uh, hold on. Especially Money. The stuff that he did was some pretty nasty shit, man. With those those twin boys that he based all his stuff on. All right, take a look. Is that big enough that you can see it? Awesome. That's just some high points of the stuff that those two guys did. Okay. They were some pretty nasty bastards, man. I mean, the stuff that Money did really freaks me the fuck out because it is borderline pedo shit. All right. I'm not here to be monetized, so I can say the word pedophile and pedophilia because that's what that shit was. I mean, forcing those kids to act out sex acts and sexual positions to quote unquote teach them their gender roles that they were supposed to be having, even though the little boy that was being forced to live as a little girl didn't want to live as a little girl.
That's grooming to an extreme.
Exactly. And it's something that people they just ignore it. They roll their eyes and say, "Oh, it wasn't that bad." If you listen to the interviews with
I'm back
those,
from my Duolingo.
oh, cool. How well did it go, son?
I got like I think 80%.
Sweet. As long as you're getting better than 50%, I'm happy.
Yep.
But like I said, the things that those boys talked about that he did to them during his quote unquote experiments are mental and physical and emotional torture. It's no wonder those two boys committed suicide when they grew up. Okay. And he's still being treated like he was a groundbreaking visionary. when he was a monster. And it's one of the reasons why I get so frustrated when people try to defend the stuff that came about from his studies when his studies were so flawed, just like Kingsley's studies were flawed. He purposely did the studies in the way that he did to hide the perverted shit that he himself was into, and that he just wanted validation for his
All right, I'll be
perverted
right back.
ideas.
I'm gonna get something to eat.
All right, son. But when you look at what they did, I cannot understand how anybody takes them seriously, even after they've seen the facts of the stuff, how they, how none of their scientific research was done in a scientific method. They excluded anything that showed that they were in the wrong. You have to show where you make mistakes when you're coming up with your theories, and they're not showing it. And it's like with the studies that was coming out of Europe, where they found out that several of the national health services over there that was doing trans surgeries on children were hiding suicides of people who went through this stuff, that would have made the suicide numbers way lopsided for doing transitions to children. And that alone is one of those things that makes me sit there and go, "Hey, guy, come on! This is their official reports showing this." It's like the people that keep like to say that there was no vote tampering and cheating that went on in 2020, when we've actually got hardcore news agencies that have reported of the arrest and the conviction and throwing in of jail of people who were committing massive voter fraud. And it was coming from the mainstream news reporting on it, even though they downplayed those reports, especially with what was going on in where they caught that stuff that happened in Arizona. They kept downplaying it.
Nothing to see here, just consume product. Consume this. Don't
Exactly.
go there.
It's
Redirection.
it's frustrating. I'm living with somebody who refuses to accept it, and I've got to the
What you
point
can do
now
about it.
where it's like I've got a housemate. I consider her my sister. That's it. Because the facts don't matter. When the facts don't matter, you can't reason with somebody. That's one of the reasons why so many people on the left, I've got to the point where I just don't associate with them anymore, because the facts aren't mattering to them. And it frustrates me. And I don't wish any ill on any of them,
Sure.
because to me that's what they're doing to us, and I'm not going to do that. I because to me they're still children of God. They still are deserving of the love that I give to anybody that that's out there. I mean, I don't hate anybody, because hate is a soul destroying thing. It destroys you. It doesn't destroy the object of the hate. It destroys the hater. And it frustrates me that there's so many people filled with so much hate for one dude that they're willing to destroy an entire society, that it's terrifying. But I've been saying for years, it's not Trump derangement syndrome. It's Republican derangement syndrome.
It's the result of living in wickedness.
Yeah.
Like fully accepting wickedness.
Well, if you'll look back, we've been dealing with this since Nixon, especially since Nixon. It's just ramped up each time a different Republican comes along. They go after them. I mean, look at John McCain. He was the darling of the left. He was the quintessential rhino, a Republican in name only.
Mm-hmm.
You saw what they did to him in 2008 when he ran for president. And then you saw what happened with Mitt Romney, who pretty much is now the poster boy for what a rhino is when he ran in 2012. Okay. It doesn't matter who the Republican is that's going to run. They're going to treat him like this. Every election cycle, it has been. The Republicans are Nazis. They're racist. They're bigots. They're homophobes, blah, blah, blah. Well, all the bad things they said that Trump was going to do, he didn't do.
Exactly. Now they're trying to repeat the same accusations. It's like, okay, well, if you said he was going to do these things,
why didn't he do them the first time around?
Exactly.
Well, here's what gets me, especially the people that are of the LGBT community are bitching about Trump. When Trump actually appointed more people of the LGBT community who were actually competent to do all kinds of really important jobs. Not only were they competent and capable of doing these jobs, they didn't require waivers to get their security clearances to do those jobs. Everybody knows about the bald dude that was stealing women's clothes from the flipping airport that was put in charge of nuclear waste disposal, right?
It's an unerasable
What
image in my
the
head.
hell?
Yes.
Yeah, this dude was stealing women's clothes, luggage.
But why?
So he could wear them.
Just buy them.
Wickedness.
Okay, there is I keep talking about Kirsch a lot and how I have a crush on this girl, even though she is a white fox woman that's hot. Okay. But she talks about this. Autogynephilia or something like that. It's guys these guys have this weird kink where they get off dressing up like a woman and being treated like a woman.
At that point, just buy your own clothes.
But for this dude, his kink was stealing the clothes and wearing.
It was the rush.
That was his rush.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it is. But the Democrats and the supporters in the LGBT community was defending this guy's bad behavior, no matter what it was. And that's where I'm like looking at this going, see, the facts don't matter.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Trump appointed openly gay people as ambassadors to countries where being gay would get you killed, and sending them as the ambassador to where they're basically, yes, I'm gay. Here, take a look at my thong that I'm wearing. That's fishnet. That's it. Little Mr. Muslim King. Look at my butt. Doesn't my butt look sexy? You do want to touch my butt? That sort of thing.
And
okay?
I don't think it was.
I think I'm about to need to say the four cursed word.
I hope it was. I hope Trump hired them out of merit, not out of
he did.
Lifestyle.
They were all hired out of merit.
Exactly.
Not their lifestyle. But he put them in those positions and did not care they were gay and publicly gay. That's why I'm making the joke. Yeah. These are the same people who are wanting us to put men in drag in every school, not wearing underwear and flashing their giblets at little kids while reading them bedtime stories. We've got photographs and video of this stuff, of them doing it, until it got out and people were like, normies were going, wait a minute, why isn't that dude who's wearing a super mini skirt that even hot chicks can't wear because it's too damn short, wearing it with no underwear on in front of children with his legs spread while they're at eye level of said giblets? Even the normies were getting upset with it. That's why we got the whole deal that happened down there in Florida. And the left was calling it the Don't Say Gay bill. when it was actually the parents deserve the right
Trying
to
to
know what.
you're trying to protect children, Bill.
Yes, the children should not be exposed to that sort of thing while in elementary school. It's just common courtesy. That's up to the parents if they get exposed to stuff like that, and not even telling telling a parent that a child is deciding, oh, I want to identify as a cat, I want to identify as a dog, I want to identify as the other gender. No, we can't tell the parents that that's what their kids doing here in school. That's where that came about, and to be treated like, oh, you're all a bunch of bigots, istophobes, and all this other crap, except for a child of God who's sitting there looking at this, going, kids shouldn't be exposed to this. Sorry, it's just a fact. Especially children who are susceptible to things. I mean, for God's sake, they forced us to get rid of Joe Camel. Do you guys know who Joe Camel was?
No.
Joe Camel was the mascot for the Camel Cigarette Company.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Camel was an anthropomorphic cartoon character that was a camel that was always they was always dressing him up in some type of adventure outfit in advertising because he was supposed to be Joe Cool, the camel. You know, there was
Yeah.
they had him dressed up like
So cool,
Indiana
so cool.
Jones. They had him dressed up like James Bond. I mean, all kinds of adventurer types, and doing. Joe Camel was the most interesting man before there was the most interesting man commercials. That's where they got that from. Okay, it was Joe Camel, and they outlawed Joe Camel because it's going to convince susceptible children to wanting to smoke.
I think DC gets that title now, though.
Yeah. Because they're doing some really messed up stuff with the characters over there, man. Dang, come on. But I'm looking at all this stuff, and I'm 53 years old, but I grew up with my grandparents and a great grandmother who taught me about what came before me. They taught me about the stuff that my mom and dad had to deal with, that they had to deal with. So I basically have a basic knowledge of how things work, starting in the early 1900s, all the way up to now. I've got that kind of ability to draw on it because I grew up hearing about it, how things used to be, and so I'm coming at this with almost, I might only be physically 53 years old, but my great grand drawing on my great grandmother's experiences and what she taught me, I know a great deal about the stuff that happened during their lifetimes. Even though I was born in 1971, that a man walked on the moon, had already walked on the moon by the time I was born, I still
But
have.
imagine being that guy that walked on the moon. I'm just like, imagine what was going through his head. Like, whoa, I am so far from where I am from.
Yeah, they
'Cause
said that.
Big thing.
They
Because
said,
if I was
look,
on the moon, I'll just be filled with like, whoa, I do not feel like I'm supposed to be here.
yeah,
Yeah.
they snuck their golf clubs onto the
Yeah.
so they could do that photo, the photo op of them shooting golf balls at the Earth.
Oh, apparently the American flag they put on the moon has been bleached into the French flag because it's all white now.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, that's what
Really?
happens when solar
Get it? Because
radiation.
France always surrenders.
Yes. Unless they're being led by a non-Frenchman. When they're being
Yeah,
led by a non-Frenchman, they
like
kick ass.
Napoleon.
Yes, and Joan of Arc.
Yeah.
See, it's weird. French women can lead their armies to victory, but French men can't. It's really, it makes you wonder. If you ever get to watch The Awesomes, It's a cartoon that it's quite raunchy, and I'm sorry, son, you'll probably be saying throughout an episode a couple of times throughout the episode. It goes, "I need an adult. I need an adult," because
I need an adult.
because there's this one episode of it where Lee Perfect, Mr. Perfect, is chasing them all over France, and it's they took Les Mis, the musical Les Mis, and they rewrote it, and the whole it's hilarious because in the end of it, one of the black superhero who has he's basically Green Lantern, but everything he makes is pink and it looks like his mom.
What?
Yeah. He's got the powers of Green Lantern, but every time he makes something, it's pink and it looks like his mom in some way.
So if he makes like a giant ass boat, it's going to be bright pink, and like if he makes a pirate ship, like the things, like how some pirate ships have a decoration at the front of it, that would
it would
just be his
mama.
mum.
Yes. That's exactly it.
I'm just imagining that because I've been playing Sea of Thieves lately, so I'm just imagining a big ass pirate ship like doing plundering and that.
Yes, it's hilarious. I mean, the show is funny. So if you guys get a chance to get to see the awesomes, do it. There you go, Ian. If you want to jump on in, come on. Uh-oh, Zachary just disappeared.
But, I wanted to ask you one thing though. When it comes to like all the name calling and saying racist, bigophobes, or whatever from the left to the right, do you think all that name calling is losing its weight?
Yes.
Yeah.
It has.
Yeah.
It has.
People just don't care anymore.
Because I know when it came to the term racist, there's a lot of people.
Sorry about that. I have no idea what happened.
It's all right. But okay, they used to call us racist all the time, and I would get upset. All right, cool. And anytime you want to stop in, if we're still here, the link's open for you. The whole racist thing really pisses me off because I'm not a racist. I'm not a bigot. I'm none of those things. And it would really, really piss me off because to me, somebody was lying about me. Somebody was putting bad words in my mouth that I had never said. And that really pisses me off because to lie about me really upsets me, especially if you're saying I'm talking about this in this negative, evil way.
I really can't stand dishonest people.
And it drives me batshit crazy because I'm like, I didn't say that. And to say that I'm saying that.
It happened again. I think I know what's doing it. I'm accidentally pressing the back button on my phone.
It's all right.
So I'm just going to move my phone like forward so I don't touch it.
All righty. But like I was saying, I get upset with that because I really did, because it's them saying that I'm saying stuff I've never said or doing things I've never done. And I would get so angry with it that I would call them out for it. And I mean, I ended friendships over that kind of shit. And because to me, you should know me well enough to know if you have eaten at my table, you have lived under my roof, you should know me well enough to know I'm not the things that you're accusing me of being. And by accusing me of being these things, that's proving to me you've never been my friend. And I have spent so much time trying to be a good person, and to have somebody go out of their way and try to destroy me in that way, it upsets me, because that's one of the reasons why I said you have no control over what other people will think of you. So you have to be able to stand by your convictions, by your statements, by who you are. throughout the rest of your life. You've got to be able to have lived a life that if anybody decides they're going to be an asshole and accuse you of stuff that you've never done, that when people look into you and see the person who you've been, that they're going to know those assholes were lying about you and be able to decide whether or not you're a good person. You know, but you have to be the good person, because in the end, you're a good person. Does that make sense?
Judged by your conduct.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Judge by they have to be able to judge by the conduct that you have lived.
Mm-hmm.
And I am that type of a person that does not much like when people pull bullshit like that when it comes to everything that I've been through.
You wanna know what a good series would be
What's that?
that I thought of? Is that like we do a D&D campaign where it's just like us and like Tony and like all those other creators doing like a chaotic evil D&D campaign.
Oh, I don't know how well that would go over being chaotic evil.
Like a
Chaotic-
level 20 player campaign. Like all the players level 20 just like playing D&D, absolutely violating the enemy.
Well, I've actually been working on some stuff. Hold on, let me show you guys what I've come up with so far for when it comes to. Let me see if I can make us tiny so you can see the background better. All right. All right. This is just for the main American Patriots pad. Of course, it'll start out with "Please stand by," then the main, and then there's this one
That's
that
cool.
I love. Then there's the Constitution.
Nice.
Another Constitution.
Another one. Nice.
Eagle.
Constitution with the eagle.
Don't let anybody eat that eagle.
Bird.
Now, when people start,
did you know the iconic bald eagle like caca scream thing isn't actually of a bald eagle?
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
I can't remember the name of the bird that it's actually from, but I think it's like a falcon.
Probably.
I know it's like one of those type of birds.
Okay, let me see if I haven't put him here yet, so I'll show you guys. This is Grumpy, the trunk monkey. He is who will show up whenever people start to piss me off and need to be told, "Yo, man, agree to disagree and move on. It's done. It's over." Yes, that's his shotgun. I made the mistake.
Yeah.
I made the mistake of letting a little bastard watch Highlander, and he thinks now there can be only one being in all of creation can share the same name as him, and that's Brian. Which is unfortunate since my brother-in-law's name is Brian, and 3 of his best buddies, their names are Brian. So whenever they show up, see that window behind him? He's screaming out the window, shaking his shotgun, going, "I'm going to kick your butts." And they just point at him and drink beer and laugh at him. So now you know why.
I'm safe then. My name is Ryan, so no B, so I'm good.
Yeah. That's why Little Grumpy is Little Grumpy. But yes, he's grumpy because of that. This is for the Living Force campaign.
Nice.
For the Star Wars game that I'll be running. Here is Fallout.
Oh, you know what would be cool? A Fallout style D&D campaign.
And I've got a couple of backgrounds for it.
Nice.
Including the Please Stand By. A couple of Please Stand Bys, actually. Just to have some variety. And then I've even got the, there's the nukes going off.
Oh, no.
And then another Vault 111, because I like Vault 111. It's my favorite vault. Because it's the one that I first started playing in. And then we've got this one, which is there's the Babylon 5 role-playing game. This is for Star Trek. Hold on. Let me put the little logo up for the ship that Star Trek will be played on, the USS Agamemnon.
Nice.
And there's a bigger version of the little logo for the Agamemnon. This is the Agamemnon itself, a Belknap.
Very cool.
Then here's another one of the Star Trek backgrounds that I thought was pretty. Here is the Expanse background.
Cool.
This is just the name, the Expanse role-playing game. Okay, here is Blade Runner, the role-playing game.
There's a Blade Runner game?
Yes. You get to play Blade
Nice.
Runner. It's made by the same people who did the Alien role-playing game.
There's an Alien role-playing game?
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah. And then there's the Battlestar Galactica background if I decide to find people who want to play that. Here's the one that's just meant for comedy. This would be the one that I think most of the creators on YouTube would love to play, and that is Ghostbusters Charlotte, where you're playing Ghostbusters out of Charlotte, North Carolina. And it would be one of those where we're not taking this game seriously. You're going to probably end up having to have some alcohol on station to help loosen you up a little bit, because we want one-liners and zingers and snark.
Bazinga.
We want people to have fun and telling jokes and being comedic. And I'd be using the old West End Games D6 role-playing game for it. Because it's, like I said, to me, I found this game more fun than Paranoia. Paranoia was a role-playing game to where you were it's hard to explain Paranoia, but it's not meant to be taken seriously. In fact, getting killed in that game is so flipping common, it's supposed to happen. If you have been killed at least once in a 5-minute period of time, something's gone wrong. It's that messed up of a game. And then I've got my BattleTech campaign page. This will also be what I use whenever I talk about BattleTech. The logo that's the BattleTech logo, and this is the logo for my my unit, the 6th Lyran Cuirassier Guard.
Oh.
And then you've got in the background, you've got just the BattleTech logo, the logo from the computer game that Harebrained Studios put out, that's still the best BattleTech video game out there, in my opinion. Then you've got one of the 2 Iridani Lighthorse wallpapers that came with the rewards for the Kickstarter that they had just done. Here's another one of those.
There are so many types of D&D campaigns that I want to play.
Oh yeah, but
I don't know enough people to be able to play them, because I want to be able to play a campaign where I play the same character that my profile picture is. But it would be very hard to find a DM that would let me, because the stats of him are boosted. I'll send you the link of it.
Go ahead and give your son a hug, man.
I'll share the page.
All right. And then you have Doctor Who. This is whenever I talk about Doctor Who, this will be popping up. And of course, the Doctor will always be able to show up whenever I talk Doctor Who. Because I love that meme. It was awesome. This is the Hollow Earth Expeditions. It's also going to be used for whenever I do D20 modern type stuff. Pulpy type games, Indiana Jones, Call of Cthulhu. And then we've got this one I refer to as my post-apocalyptic, which is Twilight 2000, the Moreau Project, Armageddon, Total War, you've got the G.I. Joe role-playing game that's popped up under here because they actually have a G.I. Joe role-playing game. It's also the same company
What's
that
G.I.
did
Joe?
they also have the same company also does My Little Pony
Huh?
and Power Rangers.
Did
And
you say
yeah,
Power Rangers?
yes, I did.
Oh
Wait,
my
you
god.
talking about Renegade?
Yes, Renegade Games. Yes.
Yeah, I know them quite a bit because, well, I do Heroescape a lot on another YouTube channel. I
Yeah.
stop motion animate this stuff, and that's my primary bread and butter when it comes to doing content.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know Renegade fairly well. Yeah, they do a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love their books because the books are gorgeous books.
Hmm.
I've not been able to read over all of the rules and stuff. I've just read the fluff that's in the books.
Hmm.
I bought the My Little Pony RPG stuff for my sister and my niece.
Oh my god, I just thought of something absolutely hilarious. Just have a D&D campaign of like a cute little child type campaign that's like meant for children, but make it violent and gory as hell.
I've seen that done.
Like how Doom and Animal Crossing combined. Like Doom meeting Animal Crossing.
Just make a movie out of
Just
that.
like
Watch it.
My Little Pony combining with Doom.
But
That
the
would be
people,
hilarious.
the
Just
people that
instead of Doom guy running around slaughtering demons, it's those it's the My Little Ponies like that Doom guy is beating the shit out of, which would just be hilarious. And the backstory would be that the My Little Ponies would have stole Doom guy's cookies. Hilarious.
yeah, we might try that one day.
Hell
But
yeah.
but like I said, the Moreau Project is one of my earliest role playing games I got into back in the '80s, and I was able to get in on helping build the new edition of the Moreau Project, and the guy that is in charge of the Moreau Project now is one of my friends on Facebook, and I told him I was making this channel, and the Moreau Project is going to be one of the subjects that'll get brought up in on the channel.
Mm.
And but yeah, a lot of these games I actually helped get made in the Kickstarters
Nice.
because, like I said, it was things that to me that mattered to me, and I was getting to see them resurrecting these old games that was like really really good that I really enjoyed. I mean, the Seventh Sea especially was one of my favorite games because it was a swashbuckling Pirates of the Caribbean time frame game that had a really good set of rules for sword dueling and things of this nature in it, and the world was pretty cool. And so I really enjoyed that. I mean,
Yeah.
this is okay. That's Thay, the
Ooh.
map of Thay, okay, which is their version of Europe. You cannot see it clearly because, well, our images are in the way. Let me see if I can figure a way of making us smaller so we can all see it. No,
Let me see if I can make us smaller. Makes it bigger.
yeah. It's weird, but not okay. Europe. This is supposed to be the fantasy Europe. Behind my head is the British Isles, which is called Avalon. You've got Montague, which is France. Castile, which is Spain. Eisen is Germany. Vodacce is Italy. The Westhaven is the Scandinavian
Wait,
countries.
instead of Italy looking like a boot, does it look like a glove?
No, it's
Oh man,
It,
that would have been funny.
okay, hold on. I'm gonna let you guys. I'm gonna do something right quick. Let's see if I can do this right. All right, hold on. Boop, boop, boop. Nope, that didn't do it. Is that it? Nope, that didn't do it. How can I make my? Ah, shoot. I'll do this. Okay, this right here, that's Vidachi. And as you can see, Vidachi looks like a and you also have uh, you've got the Crescent Empire, which is Turkey, which leads you into the Middle East. They've actually added more nations to it. You've also got the pirate nations. You got
Nice.
Cathay, which is the Orient and India. You've got can't remember what they call it, but you've got the New World in Africa, which is also part of the new stuff that they did for the setting. So basically, the entire planet has been mapped out now, and you can play anywhere on the planet. And it's they raised a buttload of money on Kickstarter. I mean, they raised so much money that the guys that were doing it, they were doing it pretty much out of their garage. And they raised so much money, they had other big game companies approaching them saying, we can help you manage all the money you just made because they made a buku amount of money on the Kickstarter. And the stuff is still coming out for it. And that they were able to raise the funding for during the Kickstarter. They literally were having to come up with new goals that they were making so much money on the Kickstarter. And so the maps have changed somewhat from the original maps, but it got better. It was one of those things where the second edition was better, really a whole lot better than the first edition, especially if you look at some of the nation that they added. I mean, they added a region that's basically Poland and the Balkans as the Commonwealth. Ursula, which is Russia, which is up over here behind Madman's image. Vidachi's behind Zach. Montaigne is
I am the god
behind
of Adachi now.
is behind Ian there. Castile, which is Spain, is right here. Eisen, which is Germany, is there, and Avalon is behind me. Avalon is basically the mythic British Isles, and it's pretty cool. Though my favorite is Eisen because they just got done with a civil war that lasted for a long time, and they beat themselves bloody with it. But you also have magic that that is set up by the region you're from. Montaigne has port magic, which is teleporters. The problem is you can tell a porter by the fact that they have red stained hands. And that comes from the fact that they're ripping open space and getting the blood of the universe on their hands and it's staining their hands. The Vidachi, they have fate witches, which are these hot chicks that have the ability to mess with the threads of fate.
Visual interest over there, I can see.
Yeah, they're hot. They're really, really hot, man. They're like, oh yeah. But
what temperature, though? You're saying hot, like what temperature?
Sun hot, man. Sun hot.
God damn.
Yeah, they're hot. But to keep them in line, they're not allowed to know how to read or write.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Do they need to?
They're literally
really.
me. I can't read or write. Oh my god.
But like I said, each region, they have their own different type of magics. The Vestin have some they're a contradiction. You've got like old style Vikings with the counterpart with traveling merchants, kind of like the Dutch. Basically, think of the stereotypical Dutch trader in contrast with Viking raiders. That's their society. Their society's like that. Um, the Eisen, their their magic is mostly monster hunters.
Mm.
It's about hunting and killing monsters. Uh,
There's
and
a
they,
game like that. I
yeah.
can't remember what it's called. I think it's Dauntless.
Well, there's also one called simply Hunters that was part of
Mm.
the White Wolf's World of Darkness. If anybody remembers World of Darkness, that was
Mm.
Vampire the Masquerade, Werewolf the Apocalypse, Mage the Ascension, Mummy the Resurrected, I think it was, Ghost. I can't what the Ghost one was, but you had Changeling, which was with it was the fairy court that dealt with the
I just
land.
got an idea for a really good D&D campaign. Like an isekai D&D campaign where you are playing as yourself getting transported into a D&D campaign.
Oh, we used to do that all the time in the Navy, but it
So
wasn't
you're
just
not playing like any special character. You're playing you and with stats that align to your physical limits.
yeah,
And I
we
feel
did
like
that.
that would be very cool.
Yep, we did that a lot in the Navy, but it
Oh,
wasn't
nice.
just Dungeons and Dragons, it was pretty much any campaign that we
Mm.
had. The most common though was Rifts because that was part of what the entire campaign setting of Rifts was about. Was you came from somewhere else, and you end up on an Earth that's got all kinds of dimensional beings on it, and
Mm.
you're running away from people that want to kill you because you came from before the Rifts and you got knowledge that they don't want anybody else to have. Called the Coalition. Uh, it Rifts is a great campaign setting, but the rule set can be a pain in the butt because of the guy that
Yeah.
created it was working for him from I had the opportunity at one time to work for him, but decided not to do it because of horror stories I had heard from other people who had worked for him. Because I had actually had an idea for a world book for the Rifts world that would have taken place in Europe, which was supposed to be centered around the new German Republic fighting a war with a whole bunch of the monster kingdoms that surrounded it. And because one of the characters was a human that basically was like, we're dealing with these massive evil threats. There are good non-human communities that's between us and the bad guys. If we arm them, protect them, and make them our allies, they will team up with us to fight those demons that are trying to completely wipe all of us out. And he was the type of person that literally was a reconnaissance specialist, and that was his whole point, was doing that. And it was supposed to be a campaign that would have followed him going from just a regular scout to field marshal in the German army. That he would go from an enlisted man to officer to general to field marshal and being basically leading the war efforts against these big giant demon empire kingdoms, and how he basically created the alliances that would allow them to defeat and put a stop to the periodic purge attempts by the demons for the humans that were still living in Europe. And in the end, I ended up deciding not to submit it because of, like I said, the horror stories I had heard from people who had tried to write for uh, Palladium Games, and they
Mm.
said that they'd make their
Oh,
submission,
whoops.
and the guy would build up in his mind what it was what he was going to be getting, and when it didn't show up the way he thought it should be, he would get upset and tear it all up and then rewrite it all in his own image. And I was like, ouch, no thank you.
Yeah.
And so I didn't send it in. But yeah, there was several games like that was really cool. Palladium actually had a whole bunch of lines that I really enjoyed, not just Riffs and Riffs Earth. They had it wasn't Tripping the Night Fantastic. No, that was a different set a company that did that one. Just like Bureau 13 was an entirely different company. But no, they had their version of Ghostbusters. They also had Mercenary Spies and Private Eyes. They had a game based on Vietnam, called Recon, if I remember right. But we played all kinds of games while I was in the Navy. I mean, we would have 3 or 4 campaigns ongoing at one time. It all just depending on which games master wasn't on duty at the time that was running the game. And we literally was going from, depending on who was running the game, that was the campaign that you would play when you showed up. And we had a blast. And like I said earlier, I mean, this was a point in time where being a geek got you all kinds of butt whoopings. And when I say butt whoopings, I mean people beat your ass for being a geek back then. They didn't just give you a side eye. I mean, if they got the chance to kick your ass, they did. Especially when we were in fucking middle school and high school. Elementary school, it wasn't that bad because everybody had a Superman or a Star Wars or a Star Trek lunchbox when we were all in elementary school. And in elementary school, comic books was you traded comic books in elementary school like you wouldn't believe.
I used to trade Pokemon cards.
And we did that stuff when I was a kid, and we would get beat up for it because it was too geeky. And y'all don't know just how lucky you guys are now that geek culture is accepted so much. And you guys don't need the safe spaces that we needed back then. The safe spaces we literally built for ourselves while we were getting our butts kicked. And when I say we got our butts kicked, I mean we got our butts kicked on a regular basis, man. Being bullied was a real thing. Your Aunt Becca almost committed suicide because she got bullied so bad. And
Yeah.
I feel bad about it because she got bullied because it was my comic books that was getting her bullied. It was my toys that she loved that was getting her bullied. She fell in love with my G.I. Joe comic books. She fell in love with the G.I. Joe setting from the Marvel comic series. And she loved Star Trek. She loved Star Wars a lot. I mean, I don't have many of the toys that I had as a kid because when I went to the boot camp, Becca went to where I had stored all of my toys and clothes and took them and because she missed me so much that she was wearing my clothes, playing with my toys, and reading my comic books. I'm lucky that Mom didn't throw away my comic books because Rebecca had actually hidden the comic books, but she was keeping the toys to play with. And Mom threw away all my clothes and my toys to keep her from plundering them and doing whatever it was however she was playing with them. And I was like, why? If she would have asked me, I would have let her have them. But like I said, I feel guilty because she got bullied for liking those things. And pisses me off when I think about it. Even to this day, it makes me want to find those kids, even though they've grown up, and go deliver an ass whooping on them. Which we make jokes about how funny that would be. Some old crippled dude that looks like Santa Claus who got a haircut and shaved his beard into a goatee shows up and just starts kicking their ass with his fucking canes, going, "This is for beating the shit out of my
Nah,
baby sister,
Russian
bitches."
Santa from that movie that has I can't remember what it's called, but there was an animated movie where Santa was Russian and it had like
Yeah.
all the other holiday mascots in it.
Yes.
Rise of the Guardians.
Guardians.
Yes,
Of the Guardians.
Rise of the Guardians. Yeah, just get Russian Santa from there, just beating the shit out of those people.
Yeah,
That would be hilarious.
But like I said, it
Just have him say,
frustrates.
"You're not on my naughty list. You're on my ass whooping list."
Yes, but it's like I said, I remember what it was like to get bullied. And the fucked up thing about it is a lot of these woke people are the same type of people that bullied me when I was a kid, because what I was into wasn't what they were into. And we built those safe spaces, and anybody who expressed interest in the same thing said, "Hey, that looks pretty interesting. Can you tell me about it?" We jumped at that opportunity to share what we loved with them. I mean, yeah, this is awesome. Here, this is what we love about it.
Mm.
Okay, this is what we love about the GI Joe comics, is the storylines that they've got in there. Okay, the main GI Joes of Stalker, Snake Eyes, uh, Stalker and Snake Eyes were together in Vietnam, along with Storm Shadow. Storm Shadow was part of their same squad, and they were they were uh, United States Army Ranger recon patrols, long range recon patrols. These were the guys that they had to change their diets to be. They ate the same food that the Vietnamese and the Viet Cong was eating, which was fish and rice. So when they went to go poop, it looked like and smelt like the same type of poop everybody else was doing. Whenever they got new clothes, they would not wash them. They actually put them on top. They would start a fire and throw all kinds of stinky stuff in that fire and then put the clothes on racks over it to smoke the clothes. So the clothes did not smell like American clothes, that they smelled dirty. And if you were blonde, you either shaved your head or before you went out, or you took shoe polish and rubbed it in your hair to make your hair dark so it couldn't stand out in the jungle.
Mm.
These guys they went through hell because they were going so deep behind enemy lines it wasn't even funny. And that's where the GI Joe team, the core of the GI Joe team came from, because General Hawk, before he was General Hawk, was just a colonel. And he was responsible for giving orders to Snake Eyes and Stalker and Storm Shadow's squad that would go out there so deep into the bush that they were basically going all the way up to Hanoi and going, "Oh, there's Ho Chi Minh. Let's go kick him in the nuts." That's how far into the enemy territory they was going.
Mm.
And that was part of the storyline. And when they came home, Snake Eyes got messed up really, really bad, and he ends up getting a medical discharge. His parents and twin sisters is supposed to pick him up from the airport, but they never show up. And the officer that is sent to go tell Snake Eyes his parents and sister was killed by a drunk driver was Hawk. And Hawk has to go and tell Snake Eyes that his family was dead. And they actually described it in they were talking about meeting Snake Eyes for the first time. And Hawk was talking about the first time he had met Snake Eyes, and that was how he met him. And he says when he got that, he had been sitting at the airport for hours waiting for his parents and his sister to show up. And then when he said when he saw me coming, I saw it in his eyes. I didn't have to say a word. He already knew that his parents and sister weren't coming because they were dead. And after that, they said they don't know. All they know was that he left the United States and went to go live in Japan. And that's when he was living
Eight.
with Storm Shadow's family, the Erikasagi ninja clan, and learned how to be a ninja. And they described it as he took to their ways and their life as if he had been living it from birth. And at first, Storm Shadow was extremely proud of the fact that Snake Eyes took to it so well because they had always considered themselves brothers. That Tommy saw Snake Eyes as the brother he always wanted but didn't get. And that was the same way that Snake Eyes felt about Tommy. And you end up finding out how come Storm Shadow ended up working for Cobra, was trying to find out who it was that put the hit out on Hardmaster. I mean, the storyline for it was so good, and Rebecca fell in love with it just as much as I did. Well, they just did a Kickstarter of a compendium of the entire run of G.I. Joe, A Real American Hero, where you could buy the entire completed set. It's all of them together. And I bought that. I went in on it and got it just so I could have a copy of it for myself and have a copy of it for Rebecca so she can read it. And because there are some of the comics that we could not find, especially back in those days when we didn't have access to these things called comic book shops. We had to go and find our comic books at convenience stores and grocery stores. And if your mom and dad wasn't interested in taking you there, you went without comics. That's what made collecting comics so hard when I was a kid. When I was your age was the first time I actually got to go to a comic book store, I was 19 years old and I was in the Navy.
Dang.
And there was a comic book store that was off of just outside of NOB Norfolk. And it was the first time I actually went to a real comic book store, not a bookstore that had a whole bunch of comics in it, but a dedicated comic book store. And when I walked into it, I looked around, and the owner of it was sitting behind the counter, and he saw me when I walked in, and he knew when he saw the look on my face. First time in a comic book store, and I was like, "Uh-huh. Okay, step to the side so other people can get in and out." And so I did, and I just sat there and I looked at the wall-to-wall comics. Then I saw the role-playing game stuff that was there, the miniatures for BattleTech, and I'm like going, "Oh my God, there's miniatures for BattleTech?" And he's like, "Yes."
You're like
And
a kid in a candy store?
oh God, yes. And he's like going, "Would you like me to give you a tour of the place?" And I just looked at him and said, "Uh-huh." And he goes, "So, what school are you going to?" And I looked at him and said, "I'm in the Navy." "No, you're not." "Yes, I am." And my buddies were like going, "Yes, he is. He's in the Navy. Do you want to see his ID cards?" And he goes, "Well, there is stuff in here that I can't sell to under 18, so yes." And then he's looking. I started putting my ID cards down on the counter. I put first my military ID card down, my armory card down, my Liberty card down, and one of my security clearance cards. And I said, "Which one do you need?" And he just looked at them and said, "Either you are as old as you say you are, or you know some people that can make some damn good fake IDs." And he's like going, "Nope, these are real." because it was right there beside the Navy base. So he had nothing but Navy people coming in all the time. And he's like, "Okay, I believe you, but you still look like you're in flipping junior high school, man." And I'm like, I know. Don't rub it in. Come on. You're making me feel bad, man. Because I look like a little kid. And because I'm just glad Zach doesn't have the problem I had when I was his age, because people did. They thought I was still in junior high school when I was his age, because I didn't hit 6'1" until I was in boot camp. I literally went from 5'3" to 6'1" in a 3-month period of time while I was in boot camp. My mom, when she picked me up from the airport, when she saw me walking towards her, her head just kept moving up, back, so she could take me all in. And when I was standing in front of her, she goes, "What happened to my baby? You got so big." And she's like, "What happened?" I had a growth spurt. And she's like, "No kidding." And when we got home, she went in the house and says, "He's here, but you're not going to believe this." And they're like, "What?" And then I walked in. The only two people who weren't surprised with how tall I had gotten was my grandfather and my father. My dad said, "So you had your first growth spurt?" About damn time. And my mom goes, "First growth spurt?" It's like, "Yeah, he'll have another one in his 30s, maybe 40s." And she just looked like, "What?" And she's like, "Oh, that's just how it is with us." And but yeah, it was hilarious, that look on their faces. It mirrored the look on my face when I walked into a comic book store for the first time. But dang, seeing all the role playing game books and all the different comic books. I mean, I didn't even know there were independent comic books back then. All I thought there were was DC Comics, Marvel Comics, and the imprints that they had, and Continuality Comics, and I can't remember the other two. Comico was one that was also out that I knew about. Other smaller independent comic studios that was out there that was putting out comic books, and I was like, "Oh my God, this is amazing." People today don't know how different it was back then before the internet. And because I know I've talked to people that are that come over with Logan and Dustin and Zoe, and these kids don't even know what it was. When I tell them what it was like before the internet and before they had cell phones that were connected to the internet, they're like, "Well, how did you talk to people then? How did you send messages to people that were so far away?" And I pick up
That's the
my
neat part. You didn't.
I pick up my pen, and I pick up my clipboard with paper, and I said, "You write it out on the paper, and then you put it in an envelope, seal it up, and then you take this thing called a stamp, stick it on there, and you put an address on it, and you stuck it in the mailbox. And if you were lucky, it got delivered." And they were like, "Oh my God, I didn't know. Oh man, that's not good. That's slow." And I'm like, "Yes, it was." But that was how you communicated with people that were so far away from you. And and then they said, "Well, how do you get information?" I said, "There's these things called libraries." And that we would go to the library and do our research the old-fashioned way by finding it in books. And it took forever to be able to find the information you're looking for. It's one of the reasons why people were they leaned so heavily on the mainstream news media and stuff like that for information. And but my time in the Navy broke me of that, because there was stuff that I did while I was in the Navy that when I got home and saw it being reported in the news, I was like going, "That ain't what happened. I was there. That's not what happened." And my dad looked at me and says, "Welcome to the club. You just woke up." Because he was in Vietnam, and there was stuff that was being reported about what was going on in Vietnam that never happened. Just like there was stuff that happened in Vietnam that was reported as if it didn't happen. And it so I became a grownard pretty quick, even though a lot of the times I was the youngest person in the room, but I had the most life experiences at the time. I mean, I'm 53 years old, but like I said earlier, I've got life experiences that are influenced by what my grandmother and grandfather and my great grandmother all taught me. I mean, Ma Smith, she died in 1996 or 7, and she was in her late 90s. She was almost 100 years old. And Ma Smith is my mom's mom, who I'm not kidding. The Ku Klux Klan burned a cross on their front yard twice.
Damn.
Because Pa Smith was a really bad alcoholic, and he drank up his paychecks. And Mama would tell us stories about how there were nights when their only meal that they had was biscuits and gravy, because that was all they had.
Ew.
Hey, biscuits and gravy is really good when made right. And Ma Smith can make some biscuits and gravy. Oh God, I missed her biscuits and gravy.
Oh, no way. I was thinking of British version of biscuits and gravy.
No, what you call scones, I think.
Yeah.
For us, I still remember telling your
I was
mom
just
about.
imagining some psychopath. You're muted, by the way. It looks like he's trying to speak, but he's muted.
He's
Haha.
talking to somebody in his room.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just
Uh,
imagining some psychopath just grabbing a custard cream biscuit, and putting it in a bunch of gravy, and then eating it. Gross. So
no,
gross.
no, I still remember. Your mom asked what we were having for our Thanksgiving meal, and I said, okay, well, tonight we're having our meal is we were having that night was let's see if I remember right, it was spaghetti with
Nice, nice,
uh, meat bolognese.
nice.
Uh, no, it wasn't spaghetti. It was
Oh,
beef roast, roasted potatoes, green beans, a salad, and biscuits. And your
nice.
mom's going, she said, "You have biscuits with your dinner?" And I was like, "Yeah, we have biscuits with our dinner almost every other night." And she's like, "Oh my God, oh wow, you're having biscuits with your dinner." And she was at your grandmother's house, Miss Sharon's house, and I could hear over the Yahoo Internet Messenger
Mhm.
laughter in the background, and I was like, "What's going on?" And she says, "My mom's laughing at me because I can't believe you have biscuits with your dinner as a main course in the dinner." And then I hear Miss Sharon's voice go, "Their biscuits ain't the same as ours, honey." And I was like, "Wait, there's different types of biscuits?" And uh, that's when I found out that the British call cookies biscuits,
No, we
and
still call them cookies. We got like two types. One is like the classic cookie, and then biscuits are like smaller, shittier versions.
So I guess the mental image was a pile of chocolate chip cookies where the
Yeah,
green
I'll
bean should be.
yes.
yeah.
Hey, now if it's a chocolate gravy with what caramel in it, that actually might taste good, because there used to be a type of cereal that was a chocolate cookie crisp cereal
Mm.
that it had a dog that would go cookie crisp, and
Yeah.
you chase after whenever the kids was having their cookie crisp cereal. that was
Yeah,
that
I'll
was something that
send
they
you an
always did.
image on the Discord of the difference of cookies and biscuits. Okay? Just getting the images.
All right, give me a minute.
Because there is a difference.
Do. Ooh, cooking recipes. Oh wow, yeah, I can see some of the difference.
Yeah.
The butter biscuits. Those are I love those little cookies. Yeah. Oh man, those are some good cookies.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where did I put it? All right, hold on a second.
Kinda.
We might have another person joining our little chat in a second.
Oh, nice.
Okay, give me a minute. I get. Do.
Yeah, and hey, sorry guys. I was speaking to someone outside of the camera.
It's all right.
I thought you were
I knew
being
your little one.
silly and trying to speak to us with mic muted.
No. I
Nah,
wouldn't be that cruel.
Yeah, his kids, his son is there, and
Yeah.
so he's probably talking to his son or his
I-
wife.
Actually, my mom's visiting us, so I was talking to her for a second.
All right,
Nice.
cool. That's the best part about being family, man, is having your
Yeah.
whole family where you can be there. Uh, the house that I live in right now is next door to the house that was my grandparents' house, and it's right above my parents' house. And it's the house I wanted to buy since I was like 3 years old. I mean, 16 years old. I wanted to buy this house since I was 16, and finally was able to do it. And it only took me 30 years.
Yeah, for my mom, she has to travel from Michigan to Kentucky, though, so it is a little bit of a trip.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
But
but my son loves her though. He loves his grandma.
that's how it's supposed to be, man.
Yeah.
Kids are supposed to love their mothers and their grandparents. You know, it's one of those truisms in life. I mean,
Yeah.
my grandparents were a major part in mine, and I wanted so much for the kids to have that type of relationship that I had with my grandmom and granddad with theirs. It's why mom and dad wanted to be known as Papa and Mama, even though for my grandparents it was grandmommy and granddaddy. And my sisters and I, we talk about grandmommy and granddaddy all the time, especially when it came to certain aspects of our personalities that we picked up from them. I've got a couple of the physical traits that my grandfather had with my hands because I'm getting the same rheumatoid arthritis that
Mm.
my grandmother had and my father had, and my sisters were also getting the thumb pops that my mom had, which is where your thumb tries to move in a direction it's not supposed to move in, and it hurts like a son of a bitch.
Damn.
So be careful. Whatever you
Yeah.
do, son, don't pop your knuckles. Don't do it.
Mm.
Don't do it. Take care of your back. Take care of your knees. Oh God, take care of your knees because oh man, mine
I've got
got
like some strong legs, though, so I feel like I won't need to worry about my knees that much because they are strong. They have not gave way not once in my life, and I've done some retarded shit with them.
yeah. Well, before the accident. I walked so much it wasn't even funny.
Mm.
I used to go for 2-hour walks just to unwind.
I used to
I
climb shit just so I could jump off it.
That's how I messed up my knees, man. That's why I'm telling you, be careful with your knees because
Okay.
I did crazy shit like that too. And though
Noted.
I only jumped out, well, I never jumped out of a plane. Never did it. I got thrown out of a plane twice.
You
They were trying.
technically only need a parachute for if you want to go skydiving a second time. You don't need it if you only plan on going skydiving once, technically.
Exactly, but the SEALs I hung out with were trying their damnedest to get me my parachuter's badge. And I was like, I ain't jumping out of a perfectly good airplane. Oh, you don't have to jump out of it purposely. What?
What?
One for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready, and 4, you're out the door. And I'm screaming the whole time, going, I'm gonna kill you, motherfuckers. And the first time I hit the ground, I was too shocked to just take off running. So they snatched my ass up and put me on the second plane. Got me up there.
Nah, you know what I would have yelled if they threw me out a plane? I would have yelled, your mom buys you Mega Blocks instead of Legos.
Well, the second
The
time,
ultimate disrespect.
okay, the second time they did it, and I hit the ground running. I was not stopping until I reached one of the Humvees, jumped in that bitch, hit the button, and stepped on it.
Yeah.
And I'm like driving away going, you ain't getting my ass back in that plane. And the funny thing was they were surfing behind, hanging on to the parachute as we're heading to the damn front gate. And the guys at the front gate were like going, what the fuck is this shit? Because they saw a Humvee coming to the main gate with a whole bunch of Navy SEAL dudes hanging from the fucking parachute that's dragging behind it. And I get there and they're like, what the fuck, Spank? And I was like, they threw me out of a plane twice. And they goes, oh. And they look back at the SEALs. They're going, trying to get him his basic parachuters qualifiers badge, huh? Yeah. They look at me, they look at them and said, if they promise not to do it again, we could cover this all up and not have to do paperwork, right? Yeah, I can live with that. I just want to go to the bar they promised me, so we can watch strippers and I can draw them, and because that was that's what they promised me. We was going to go to a strip club, and and it was I'd sit there and I'd draw the strippers while they were dancing, and ended up getting free lap dances. I'd get free food, free alcohol, because the strippers would be buying me drinks because I was sitting there drawing them. And so keep that in mind, son. For those days you want
With
to
great
be
power comes great big booty bitches.
Exactly. But like I said, it's if I end up setting up to where I do live streams where I'm just talking about crazy shit that happened when I was in the military,
Yeah.
I might get into trouble because there's probably some shit that I ended up doing while I was in the military that the statute of limitations still hasn't gone out on.
Coming soon when the statute of limitation expires.
Yes, exactly. that actually might be the sign that goes in the back. Statute of limitations expired. I can talk about it now.
All right,
Set up a
guys.
schedule. It's like this date I'll talk about this event, and 2 months down the road I've got another story to tell you, and 5 years after that I've got something to really share with you.
I'm gonna have to jet, but
All right, brother.
lovely listening to you all, conversing with you a little bit. Hopefully we'll be able to catch another stream sometime soon. Keep on going, Richard, with us. And,
Will do.
Yeah.
Give your mom a hug and kiss and tell her you love her.
Mm-hmm. Will
Because
do.
I wish, like I said, I wished I could do that with my mom. He passed away a couple of years ago because of the aneurysm in her heart exploding. Because they wouldn't do the surgery because thanks to COVID. So give her a hug.
Will do. Yeah, I don't do it enough. So
None of us do. None of us. Why do you think when we part ways, I always tell y'all I love you? Because I know you're not hearing it enough. And I want to make sure you all know this. You're loved. And you're not alone. Because you're not. You're loved. Not just by me, not just by God. You're loved by so many people who don't know how to say it. That was one of the things my grandfather said that he regretted, was not being comfortable enough telling people he loved them. And it took my mom 40 years to get him to start saying it more to non-family members. So I'm hoping maybe by me telling everybody I love you, it will pass on, that you'll understand it and be able to express how you love others, because love, the Greeks had so many different terms for the different types of love. You know, this isn't me saying I want to go icky, 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 icky with you now. It's me saying I love you and I care about you.
The highest definition of love is sacrificing yourself for others.
Yes, and that's why the military people in the military, the majority of them do it. They just don't talk about it.
Right.
We we and it's the same way with police officers and firefighters and paramedics. Yes, there's a lot of doctors out there that do it as a power trip, but deep down there's a part of them that do it out of love, just like nurses and other medical personnel. It's out of compassion and wanting to do good for others. And I just want the society to get back to a point to where expressing a general love for each other will be acceptable again. And you won't have people wanting to harm each other just because, oh, you don't think the way I think, you don't vote the way I vote. And I'm hoping that this channel will allow that to happen.
Mm.
And I love you, brother. So go
Well,
have some time with your family.
we'll do. We're gonna eat some lunch, and I love you guys. Keep on spreading that goodwill, and yeah, we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Love you, brother.
Later.
Later, nerd.
When I
Well,
first came in, you were talking about how people were like assigning attributes to you. They don't know you, but they're calling you every name in the book because, well, I guess for the most part, you don't vote the way they do.
yeah.
Yeah.
It reminds
And
me of how I was in a Discord chat. It was one of an artist that I had followed for over a decade, a semi-regular commissioner of as well. Every
Mhm.
other month, I come by and be like, "Here's more money. Draw my characters."
yeah.
But it must have been the 2020 election. I think Trump had already been in office, so it probably was Trump versus Biden. This chat room is small. I don't know, maybe 15 people, and maybe only like 5 of them were actually active speakers anyway. So it was mostly just my private clubhouse kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it became very apparent, and really to no surprise, that they were all dug in the hardcore left wing.
Yeah.
So politics, it's voting season, and obviously they're all like herder, orange man, this yada yada that. They're just everything you'd expect.
Yeah.
It's just
Mm.
it became apparent that I was not towing the line, and I don't even think I actively said I'm for Trump, but I obviously was not towing the line with all of them, and so it got to the point where I was very singled out. I remember one of them saying something specifically, and I guess the problem was the artist's then husband, who was an admin in the group, and he really took it. He really liked to abuse his power because I kept getting kicked for pretty much no reason.
Yeah.
I kept going back, but
Okay.
I guess that's my fault. But
Yeah.
man, he's said something along the lines of, "I don't have to play nice with a racist, sexist, bigoted homophobe like that." I didn't say anything of the sort. They are just they are assigning words. They're putting words in my mouth, things that I never said, things that just you know what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
Mm.
And that's one of those things that just is fucking bullshit. And it's one of those things that really it's one it's it's one of my berserker buttons. It's not my biggest berserker button, but it is amongst my berserker buttons. My biggest berserker button is fucking with kids.
Mm.
Hurting children is my berserker button. Now, the one thing that caused fights between me and Emma was her accusing me of wanting either me wanting other women or other women wanting me. To me, Emma was and still is the most beautiful woman I've ever laid my eyes on. I adored her. I loved her. She was my everything. And I made, until I stopped doing commission artwork, I was making money doing pinup artwork of whatever the commissioner wanted. They'd say, I want this character in this in this pose, in this outfit. And that's what I would draw. And Emma was self-conscious that she had stretch marks from when she had Jack and when she had Zachary. But to me, she was the most. All I saw when I looked at her was the angel that saved me from the darkness that was consuming me after Grandmom and Granddad died. I'm not kidding when I say she saved my life, because I truly was planning on killing myself. I had the drugs that I was going to take I was going to overdose on already set aside. I had enough painkillers and enough sleeping pills squirreled away that I would, with the amount of alcohol I was going to consume, I would go to sleep and never wake up. That was what my plan was to do. And she was the only one who saw it. And she saw it through Yahoo Internet Messenger. And she begged me not to do it. And that's exactly how it went. And welcome, Bonet. But that was why I fell in love with her. And I still love her, and I still owe her a great debt because she gave me you, Zachary. And it's just the way it is. I know that it's more than likely not returned, that she's moved on with her life, and I just hope that she's happy. But that's there. How are you today, Bonet?
Doing good.
Cool. Swollen Salad is my son Zachary, and Ian is Ian Hambley.
Greetings to you both.
Yo.
And
Hello.
Bunet's here, hopefully, to talk about building his character for the Star Wars Living Force campaign I'm going to be doing.
Nice.
And since we'll more than likely be getting to talk about that in a few minutes, I'll change the background around a little bit. There we go.
But thinking further on that one Discord chat room, it's like it's a different culture entirely. I felt like I was in a completely different country with people raised under different values and everything. It's just these people, how they thought, the way their brains worked was just so different from my own. It really felt foreign. It's like even when they're sharing memes back and forth, memes are supposed to be jokes. Memes are supposed to be funny. The two that come to mind was a poor drawing of a man holding a rock, a caveman holding a rock, and the caption was something along the lines of, "I have learned to throw a rock. This is my planet now, MFers." It's like, that's supposed to be funny. That's just angry. Why are you so angry?
Why you gotta be so cruel?
Yeah. Well, I look at it this way, okay? Their mindset is very different from ours. It's us versus them in their minds. All they can see is what they want to see. When I look at people, I see them for not just who they are, but who they can be. I can see the potential in everybody to do good as well as bad. And I'm willing to give them a chance to be who they want to be. But if they're going to attack me and want me dead,
Not that.
no. That's when I draw the line and I say I'm done. Because I've had to do that several times. There was one person that I had been friends with since the 90s that I had to cut totally out of my life because we were having a discussion about political stuff, and I would post links to the news stories I was talking about, and then they would complain that that news story wasn't, and the links weren't good enough, even though the link I was providing was the United States Department of Labor and places like that as my sources for the statistical data we were discussing. But for some reason, it wasn't good enough. So I stopped posting links to what I was talking about. And he goes, why aren't you posting the link? Why are you just saying Google it? Because every time I've posted a link, even when it's from the government, you say it's not good enough. So why should I post links you're just going to attack me for, even when it's coming from the United States government's own statistics? And he started cussing me out, and I said, fine, I'm done with you. And I unfriended him, and I blocked him and stopped having any contact with him. And he finally realized just how deep the shit was, that as we were at a convention, and he walks up to me and says, hi. And I just looked at him and said, do I know you? And he's like, it's me. Oh, yes, you're the one that keeps calling me a conspiracy theorist, and I'm not giving accurate data when I'm giving you the very data that the government themselves are using to make reports on these statistics. I don't want to have anything to do with you because you're a hypocrite. I still love you as a child of God, but I don't want to have to associate with somebody who's going to attack me the way you've attacked me. So, good day, sir. And I walked away. And several mutual friends of ours, he went to them and says, can you believe that he said and did that? And they're like, yeah, I can see it and I can understand it. And he's right. The way you treated him, you're lucky that was all he did, because you really hurt him with the way you did that. And because they were in the same conversation where he pulled that shit. And like I said, it's in their mindset is, if you don't think exactly the way they do, you're in the wrong. Even when the facts is proving what they're saying is wrong, the facts have to be wrong. It's one of those things of, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? I mean, and that's the problem. And what scares me about people like this is the fact that it will
Wrong
change.
button.
It will change overnight, or sometimes even change twice in the same hour, if the people who is in charge of the communal mind the communal mind they've got, decide something, they will change it right then and there. I mean, it's like with what happened with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Okay, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. he's a Kennedy, and people were supporting him. His talks, a lot of the stuff he was talking about, to me, was off the wall, but I could see where he was coming from because of the experiences he had in his life. I mean, for fuck's sake, his uncle and father were both assassinated when he was a child. And thus conspiracy theories became a part of his life from such an early age, because there was just so many questions about the assassinations that just did not make sense when the answers came out. I mean, the magic bullet alone should be enough to turn even the most sane person into, wait, a magic bullet that was able to change its trajectory 5 or 6 flipping times, and that one bullet hit 2 dudes in different ways and did different things to them and became a different caliber after leaving one dude's body and went into the other dude's body.
It's Yondu's arrow.
Yes, it just doesn't make sense. And so, and then when he came out and was trying to run in the Democrat primaries, and the Democrats decided, oh, we're not going to do a primary, so he decides he's going to run as an independent. And then when he comes to the realization that just how bad Joe Biden actually was and just how bad Harris was, he decided, I'm pulling out of the presidential race. And up until that point, the Democrats were fighting from allowing him to get on any ballots. Now the Democrats are fighting to keep him on the ballots. Okay? That's how fast the woke mind virus can cause somebody to show their double standards. I mean, look at Swalwell and Adam Schiff. These dudes are still pushing the Russian collusion delusion massively to this day, even though the people who created the Russian collusion delusion have come out and said it was all fake. And these two dumbasses are still pushing it. Look at what happened with January 6th stuff. When they released all of the videos of that day, the people who got convicted of insurrection and parading and I can't remember all these stupid things that these people got convicted of and are being sent to jail for 10 years or more. And it was proven that they were all invited in. They didn't break any of the laws that they were accused of breaking. But yet you still have people out there that buy into the whole insurrection crap. I sat and watched yesterday on Twitter an entire thread where they were attacking Ashley Babbitt for being a treasonous traitor when she actually served this country with honor and dignity, and they've not done anything in their life except for get out of fucking bed and eat Cheerios. They've never been in combat. They've never seen a day of hardship. But yet they were accusing her of being a racist, a bigot, a homophobe, and a traitor. And I'm like, that's bullshit. I've served my country. I did it out of a love of country and of its people, not the government. I still remember my loyalty oath is to the Constitution and the ideals this constitutional republic was founded upon. It expressly stated that I am not swearing an oath to a person or a political party. I am swearing an oath to protect the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Period. If you're going to do something like try to stop people from having the freedom of speech, the freedom to worship as they see fit, the ability for to assemble peacefully and protest and petition their government. If you're going to try to take away their guns, the reason why people don't get the reason why we have the Second Amendment. The Continental Army that fought the British was citizen soldiers. They were everyday citizens carrying the same weapons that a soldier carried. And in many cases, they were carrying rifled muskets, which was technologically superior to what the British soldiers were carrying because they were just carrying muskets. Now, people keep going, oh, they didn't have automatic weapons back then. Bullshit, they did. The pickle gun is just one of them. They had weapons that could fire multiple rounds back then. Not just revolvers, but they had automatic weapons back then. When they try to say, well, it's only for hunting guns. Well, if that's the case, why did merchants write letters asking Congress and the President of the United States if it was okay for them to put cannons on their ships to protect themselves from pirates? Okay. And these guys got the letters that they got back was the Second Amendment covers cannons too,
Really? That's awesome.
Yes.
So
The
I could just have a boat that, like, just a little canoe that I would like be like, yo, this is my boat, and it would just have a giant fuck off cannon on it.
Yeah, but if every
Forget
time
the
you fire,
canoe. Can I install a cannon on my rooftop?
yeah. Back in the day, okay, but a well-regulated militia wasn't what we see the National Guard or the State Guard or the State Defense Forces as. That was not a well-regulated militia. A well-regulated militia was basically what militias are now. You know, where citizens get together, they equip themselves and they train together as a unit. The first militia in the United States, what became the United States, was created by Benjamin Franklin. And he basically was able to convince his fellow colonists that they needed a militia. And they would drill, they purchased their own weapons. The more wealthy you were, the more you were expected to expend on equipment. And you were buying it for the community. That's why when the British came to seize the guns, the farmers basically pointed to the Royal
I've got
Armory.
the best and worst view right now from my window that my desk is right in front of. You see, my window, like, is facing the direction where the sun sets. That's cool, but right now the sun ain't setting, but it's at an awkward point where it's just blinding me.
That's cool. But like I said, when the British Army showed up, the farmers looked at them and said, "Over there's the Royal Armory. All those guns are the king's guns, and y'all can take them. But you can't take our private guns." Because they had their own armory that they had set up that had their own cannons, their own muskets, their own powder, and their own shot in it. They pointed to, like I said, they pointed to the Royal Armory that had all the stuff that the king owned. Those guns, the shot, the powder, the cannon, all of it belonged to the king. And they told them, "You can take your stuff. You just can't take ours." And they said, "No, we were ordered to take your personal guns." And they said, "Okay, but we're going to give you the bullets first." And that's how the American Revolution started. That was the shot that was heard around the world. That, I don't know if you've ever seen Junction Junction at Schoolhouse Rock, where there's several songs that they did that told these stories back to us as kids, so we knew what happened back then. That they don't show today. We had one that was "I'm Just a Bill," and it explained how laws come into being. It starts out as a bill of legislation, and then it goes up to Congress, gets voted on, then it goes to the president to be signed or vetoed, etc., so on. These were in little informative cartoons that played on Saturday mornings with Saturday morning cartoons to educate kids to know how our system worked.
I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill.
That's it, Ian. That's the one. And they did these songs for the kids. Like I said, at one time, school taught a lot more than it teaches today. I mean, when I was a freshman in high school, we had gun safety classes. And there were people that I went to school with that talked about that they actually had classes where they were being taught marksmanship in school. When
That's
I went to school and kids were driving their vehicles to school, they had gun racks in their pickup trucks that actually had a gun in their pickup truck. And back then, if a teacher or an adult saw it, most of the times a conversation would come about asking how good that rifle was, what type of ammo they used, how accurate it was, if they had any problems with it, that sort of thing. Nowadays, if you have a pickup truck, because this actually happened, this kid loaned his pickup truck to, I think it was his uncle or somebody who was moving from one house to another and needed as many pickup trucks as they could to move all their stuff. And a bullet shell fell out of one of the boxes, and it was rolling around in the back of his pickup truck, and he didn't know it. And some busybody came to the school, looked into the back of this kid's pickup truck, and saw a single bullet sitting in his pickup bed of his pickup truck, and called the cops. And they had all kinds of cops, from not just local cops but state cops. They yanked his ass out of class, grilled him like you would not believe, and put that kid through hell, all because there was a bullet in the bed of his pickup truck rolling around loose in it. We went from kids with pickup trucks with gun racks with a gun in it to now people losing their ever-loving shit that there was a bullet shell in the back of a pickup truck in the parking lot. And that's just been in my lifetime. That's how big of a change that has been. And they don't even, I mean, I've got a friend of mine that was from New York City that went to school in the 50s and 60s, talking about riding the public buses to school while carrying their 22 long rifle with them, so they could do their marksmanship training at school, because they had a marksman team for their school, and they competed at part of their marksmanship team. And they don't have that no more. When they took gun safety out of schools, kids stopped respecting guns. And because one of the first lessons for gun safety was, if you find a gun, you don't mess with it. Because they were teaching us that stuff in elementary school, in kindergarten. If you find a gun, don't touch it. Go get a parent. And nowadays it's like, oh, you see a gun? Come and tell a teacher, so the teacher can call the cops to come and get the gun. And or tell the doctor when you see the doctor that there's a gun in the house, so the doctor can do something about it. And that's where we've come to this day. And shoot, he got bumped again. But like I said, things have changed so much in our lives that just really doesn't make as much sense,
My dad had a skit he wanted to do recently. Well, it's probably been a while by now, but the way he was like at his place of work, and they're all sitting around the table, and he takes out the gun and just sets it on the table. And then after everyone kind of beholds the gun for a moment in like fear, you got the swelling dissident music. It just kind of like picks itself up and hanging, just balancing on the butt of the gun, and just starts shooting everyone all by itself. And then a stray bullet goes out the window, hits a car driver. The car careens into a power line. The power line falls down, and it's a domino effect, choom, 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 all the way to the nuclear plant. You see, it blows up, and that causes a chain reaction. Eventually, you kind of just cut to outer space. The whole planet's a big fireball, and the aliens in their UFO see it, and they try and turn it out of the way, but it's too late. They get caught, and it just gets ridiculous. It just cascades into a complete world-ending disaster.
Well, there was one, a friend of mine was talking about doing something similar to that, but it was more along the lines of the gun.
It happened. It happened again.
It's all right, son. They set the gun down on the table. Then the gun gets up and starts calling people racist names and shit. And what's wrong, Karen? Ate too many cheesecakes again. Stuff like that. Being rude and condescending and bigoted and just cursing people out. And nobody's saying anything because, well, it's a gun. That was the whole concept for the skit. One of the guy, but nah, I mean, a gun isn't good. It's not evil. what makes a gun good or evil is the hand holding it. Because it's the heart attached to that hand that's holding that gun that makes it good or evil. No ifs, ands, or buts. If the gun is just sitting there and nobody touches it, nothing's going to happen unless it gets hot and the ammo cooks off. And I've got a friend of mine who had a really nice gun collection in his house. And his idiot of a wife liked to smoke in bed. Can you tell where this story is going to go?
The house set on fire, I'm guessing.
Yes, and when
Damn, all right.
when the fire department shows up, he informs them that he's got a gun collection in the house, and where it's located, if they got in there right then, they'd be able to put the fire out before it ever got anywhere near where he kept his gun collection. But the fire chief was a dumbass and said, "Oh, you've got a gun collection? Oh, we're not going in there. We're going to just let it burn down." So he ends up losing his house and everything in it, including his gun collection, all because the fire department decided they weren't going to go in there and put the fire out before it got to the other side of the house where he kept his gun collection.
But why though?
Because if the ammo got too hot, it would cook off and start shooting off. And like I said,
yeah.
the fire chief decided he wasn't going to put his people in there before the fire even reached it.
Yeah, that's kind of stupid.
Yeah, they could have put the fire out long before any of the heat reached the ammo. And but fortunately for him, he had good enough insurance that he was able to get the insurance payout to where they were able to buy a new home. It was just the fact that, like I said, his wife was stupid. She liked to smoke in bed. And
why?
I don't know. I really
idiotic.
don't. Yeah. Does your mom still smoke, or did she finally?
Yeah, she still smokes. She's started using vapes to like try to quit smoking, which is respectable.
Yeah. Your aunt, Laura Jane, she's stopped smoking and only vapes now. Well, she still smokes, but she smokes the wacky weed. But her wacky weed's medicinal, and in all honesty, it's helped stabilize her bipolar disorder, which is good because when her bipolar disorder was really, really bad, and most of the problems that she was having was because she was self-medicating, and it just wasn't working out well. But now that's not the problem anymore. She's doing great. Though,
nice, that's good.
Oh man, I wished I had the Duck of Death video from Tony, man. Because Zach's been having Duck of Death issues today.
That's all this stream would be if you had it.
No, I was wanting to have Tony come as well for me doing my testing, but I couldn't get a hold of him.
Yeah,
that's understandable. He's busy.
Yeah,
yeah, and because he's prepping for Stark Week, and I'm hoping he can hit big numbers and everything. But like I said, I wasn't expecting it to go this long. It's just the fact that y'all guys showed up, and I'm like, okay, cool, let's talk. Because that's what I want this channel to be. I want this to be people getting together and talking, but I'd also like to talk about stuff that we love, which we can do about right now because Bonet wants to talk about making his Living Force character.
Mm-hmm.
And so we can do a quick session 0 if you guys want to join up for the Living Force campaign I'm going to be doing. You might want to take notes about it, because I'm going to be telling him some of the house rules for making a character. I just haven't decided on what the starting level for the campaign will be. I know it's going to be.
Could I be in the campaign?
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Welcome, brother.
Yeah.
Would you like to join, Ian?
Jesus, what was that?
I probably would, but I am way too inconsistent in my availability.
Well, this is the Living Force campaign. You can drop in and out easily for it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I hate missing out on progress. I already have a D&D thing that
I just saw my little brother trying to throw hands with my sister in the front yard.
but I
Just
have
a
a week
5-year-old just trying to throw hands with a 14-year-old. Hilarious.
I have a weekly D&D session. I meet up with my brother and his son at a local, and by local I mean I have to drive 45 minutes. He was thinking about local to him, not to me, but I make the drive if I can, if work allows me to, if I'm not driving that night. Yeah. But I absolutely hate missing sessions. It goes on with or without me, and it really gets under my skin that I'm missing a session tonight. They're moving on without me. They need my help. And what's even worse is when I level up or earn loot. I wasn't even there. How do I deserve any of this? So, yeah.
Well,
So I'm gonna show my character off right now. Give me 1 sec.
all right. Well, the what I'm going to be doing is we'll be doing it here on StreamYards, and more than likely posting it on YouTube so people can see it and enjoy it. And I've got all the stuff for the Living Force campaign, all the PDFs of all the different modules, and we'll be running it from start to finish. I'm just changing things about it to make it, to personalize it and make it just enough different that I don't have to worry about somebody attacking my ass with lawyers coming after me. Which means I've got to change at minimum 10%, and I've already changed at least 10% of it with some of the NPCs that's going to be part of the the major NPCs that's going to be showing up in it, and the fact that it's going to be taking place pretty much during the Clone Wars, and having a little blast with it. And there's going to be I'm still in the process of working on the fact that I'm incorporating some stuff from the new Fantasy Flight Games Star Wars, that's the current Star Wars game that is mostly narrative driven. They which is the Edge of Empire, Age of Rebellion, and Force and Destiny are the three main lines of it. The Edge of the Empire is your fringers and your criminal underbelly, your bounty hunters, and colonies and things like that. Then you've got the Age of Rebellion, which takes place in its majority focusing on the fight between the Galactic Empire and the Alliance to restore the Republic during the Civil War. And then Force and Destiny is the Force. It's dealing with the different Force traditions, the Jedi, the Sith, the Dathomiri Force Witches and Night Sisters, the Madake Adepts, which are pretty cool. Imagine, okay, the Madake Adepts are people who use the Force to turn their bodies into weapons. They can catch and hold on to lightsabers. They're able to use the Force to do that. Yeah, these guys are pretty badass.
I might want to be one of them.
They're but yeah, those are some of the stuff. Welcome back, Mooney. But yeah,
Thank you.
The like I said, I'm changing stuff about the Force campaign from the straight up how it was in the RPGA setting. I'm adding some big NPCs that's going to be into it. That's also many of the modules I'm adding stuff to make it more personalized. But like I said, Ian, you can play it because, like I said, it's going to be online. You don't have to drive anywhere. Just we're going to be trying to work on when the best day of the week to play it will be. I've got 5 years worth of modules, so we can run it from the beginning to the end.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
And if I remember right, it's 12 modules per season. Oh, okay, Ian. We'll be here hopefully whenever you get back. The game is going to be pretty simple. I've got some house rules to allow for customization of the classes. I do this for all D20 and D20 modern campaigns I run. I give a bonus Games Master feat every third level to allow you to customize your character class. If you give me a good enough reason, we can even flurb a few skill points here or there. I'll even let you bank skill points if you don't want to use them, so you can have them for later. Since you're playing heroes, I give out an attribute points stat block of 2 12s, 2 14s, and 2 16s. You put them any way you want them. Now, let's say you decide you want an all-arounder character where you reduce your 16 to 14s and take those 2 points from the 16s to make the 12s 14, so you have 14 all the way across the board. You can do that. If you want to drop one of your 12s to a 10 so you can have an 18, turn one of the 16s into an 18, go ahead. But that's the stat before you add or subtract your species modifiers.
Nope, we lost someone.
Yeah,
Duck of
Zach's
Death.
got another Duck of Death.
Man, Duck of Death is popular this year.
Yeah, having a lot of Duck of Death. In fact, I'm gonna send Tony a message in Discord. I might need to borrow Duck of Death for Zach.
Okay, let me take care of one big old piece of nuisance that I see in front of me. Then I got many more to deal with.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, the game that I'm wanting this to be fun. Welcome back, son. Oh, there he goes.
Oh no, double!
The Duck of Death is staring up, man. Damn it.
Duck of Death's like, hello, I'm here. Oh, you missed me. Oh, let me give you that hug.
Yeah.
Quack.
But that's like I said. I welcome back,
Keeps
son.
doing it. I didn't even press the button this time.
Yeah, it's the Duck of Death, man.
It's the Duck of Death.
That goddamn duck.
The duck loves you right now.
Yep,
It's your glue.
Yes, yep. It's your Uncle Tony would definitely be playing the Duck of Death video right about now. But you're playing heroes, and I want you to think of that, as what you're doing, and common people who've stepped up to do the right thing. And for the Living Force campaign, you'll primarily be working for the most of the players that aren't Jedi will be working for a charter service that you'll be the crew for one of their ships.
Okay.
That explains how come you're moving around, not just the Corellian system, but you're going to Coruscant and other locations that are in the different modules.
By the way, I got an explanation for my character's little crystalline outflexes. That's her minerals. That's her natural coloring.
All right, cool.
Ooh.
But that means we'll have to have somebody to play the first officer, our 1st mate, which is also going to be the purser and cargo master. There'll be a spot for a pilot, an engineer, mechanic type for the ship. There's a slot open for a co-pilot and / navigator. The first couple of modules will have the captain being an NPC that's basically making sure y'all deserve the job. It's basically the first couple of modules you'll be on your probationary period of just starting out working for this charter service, and they'll be your mentor because in Fantasy Flight games, Star Wars, each of the lines has a different focus. Okay, in Edge of the Empire, you have these things called obligations. It's where you owe a
Yes.
debt to somebody. You also have a ship the party gets a ship. In Age of Rebellion, you've got duty, but you also as a party get a base. And then in Force and Destiny, you have a morality, which is the counterpart of the duty and the obligation. And your freebie for your group is a mentor. So the mentor I'm providing for the group is going to be the captain of the ship that y'all have hired onto. But as time progresses, the mentor takes a more of a backseat role. One of the players will be taking their role as the captain of this freighter.
Okay.
The base is going to basically be the charter services base that you'll be operating out of. And the ship is the ship you'll be operating on. Likely,
Gotcha.
more than likely, I'll probably be using the Wayfarer class ship that was. It was a ship that they actually came up with pretty much for the Living Force game as the ship that the players would be using most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like I said, I've been trying to figure out which type of a ship to give the players to use. Because that's going to set a lot. Because one of the ships that I was thinking about using was a YT, like the Millennium Falcon, how it looked in the Star Wars: A Solo Story look. That sleek look to it, because it's a charter service. They're going to be carrying cargo and passengers want to be on something that looks pretty sweet. And
Yep.
if I'm paying extra money for it, I want it to look nice and I want my ride to be fun. And but the other one was a bulk action freighter. Was the other ship I was looking at putting the party on, and a bulk action freighter is well, it looks like a flying brick.
Yeah, it does.
And but but it has the ability of carrying fighter craft on board. Especially the Action 4 bulk action freighter is pretty sweet. It's one of those that it's one of the ones that gets converted into a pirate ship a lot. They also get refitted into being patrol ships by people as well.
Yep.
And so that's one of the reasons why I was looking at it. But for the most part, I'm thinking of just going with the Wayfarer, because the Wayfarer it's a decent ship, and it can carry two starfighters on board, as well as carrying passengers on it. And so it's one of those things that I'm actually looking at using it. Hold on, let me pull this up so y'all can see what I'm talking about. There we go. Share the screen. Do 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 do. There we go. All right,
All right.
that's what the ship looks like
Wonderful.
on the outside. Now let me pull up what it looks like on the inside.
Yes.
Yeah, the deck plans of it.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see, it's got what looks like those are headhunters, not X-wings. Because this game takes place before the X-wing ever came into being. Ha ha!
Oh my goodness! Yes.
But yeah, that's cargo as well as where we put the starfighters and cockpit, cruise quarters, passenger quarters, the lounge, engineering, the gun, where the turrets at's right here. Like I said, that's more than likely what I'll be going with is the ship. Just need to come up with a name for it. The name ships I usually use as my go-to has been the no strings attached. But
I got a name for the ship.
what's that?
It's hilarious. The SS Virgin Express.
Yeah, it sounds. Actually, a couple of the ones that was gonna let the players choose between a list of names I've got. Batteries
We're
not
going with
included.
the SS Virgin Express.
Let's see,
We
there's
have
the
to.
batteries not included, the no refunds. Because like I said, it's a charter service, and each of the ship is actually owned by the charter service. And one of the things
I got one.
It's all right, Ian. Welcome back.
So, like you were saying about your Star Wars campaign, I would definitely love to. It's just availability is just the biggest concern.
Yeah, well, we still haven't figured out what day of the week it'll be played on, but it will be done here on using StreamYards and broadcast on YouTube. The game, like I said, I'm trying to come up with. Am I going to start everybody off at 6th level or 8th level? Because most of the prestige classes, you got to be in the 6th level range to start hitting some of the even most basic prestige classes like officer.
I already have somewhat of an idea of the character I want to play. I want to be like a robot samurai type shit.
Well, they do
Just
have the rules for playing droids.
A robot with with a sword just cutting people down.
What you doing, little guy?
Dual
Kraken
wielding
showed up.
Minero.
Yeah, the best
Look out.
katana.
You know, they do have the rules for playing droids in the revised core rules that I'm going to be using.
Hell yeah!
Got the PDFs that, as well as the hard copies for everything except for the fan-made content. Because there is a group out there that made some really good content edition of the D6, D20, Star Wars. I tried playing the Saga edition of Star Wars, and it just did not feel right. I tried for over 3 years to play Saga edition games, and I tried so many different class combinations and just could not get any of the characters I wanted to play to feel right. And so I pretty much abandoned the Saga edition for anything other than reverse engineering it to be able to use the source books and revised core rules. Yeah, Kraken is having to be held and petted at the moment. So if I sound really calm, it's because I'm petting a kitty cat. But
Nice.
yes, he's, like I said, the game's going to be pretty fun. I want something that everybody will be able to enjoy, and it's so that's why I'm starting out at a higher level. That way you can have some levels in prestige classes. Since you said you wanted to play a Jedi, a dual wielding Jedi, I'm suggesting going with the the Jedi Guardian, Jedi Weapons Master build,
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
and that way, you'll be a be the in be a more combat oriented Jedi.
Yep.
You also can. If there's other people who want to play Jedi, and there's several other prestige classes that the Jedi have that would fit great. Val L. He goes with the Jedi Counselor, level 4 levels of that, 3 levels of Jedi Investigator, and 1 level of Jedi Weapons Master. And he's the character I played in my in the Living Force campaign that I got to play for the RPGA. But I never got to complete the campaign back then. That's one of the reasons why I've been wanting to play it so dang bad, was to finally let him complete the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
But the version of him and the B in this will be an entirely different version.
Okay.
But because if I did go with the original version that got started out in the Invasion of Theed box set, we'd definitely have to do some major changes to the background of Star Wars. Namely, Qui-Gon survived the duel of fates with Darth Maul.
All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna do something real quick.
All right, son. Because Qui-Gon survived it, so did Darth Maul, even though he got hurt really, really bad when Val-El used Force Push and sent him flying out of the Theed hangar like a bat out of hell being shot out with the Force, which meant that Qui-Gon Jinn got to train Anakin Skywalker to be a Jedi. And
the irony.
Yeah.
Irony.
And Qui-Gon being the one to teach Anakin means that Anakin didn't end up falling to the dark side, because Qui-Gon listened to him when he said that he was having nightmares about his mom getting tortured to death. And even helped him get his mom out of go back to Tatooine to get his mom out of slavery to begin with. But yeah,
I've heard other people theorize how if Qui-Gon survived, then Anakin would have been so much different.
Yeah, mine is, instead of him going and becoming using the Jedi Guardian class, I had him go the Jedi Counselor class, because I used the Jedi Counselor class. The build I did for Qui-Gon was Jedi, the same as I'm using for Val-El. Counselor, Investigator, and Weapons Master, because Qui-Gon was a renowned Jedi lightsaber fighter. But he was also known as a seeker, which was basically an investigator type who traveled the galaxy solving crimes and things of this nature. And he was also extremely wise. So I figured out, okay, looking at the base classes and the base prestige class of investigator, it fit him, the personality that he had, so much better than him just being a Jedi Guardian like they had him in the original write-ups. So my write-up of Qui-Gon Jinn is just that. It's Jedi Counselor, Jedi Investigator, and the Jedi Weapons Master.
I think we had another deck of death.
Yep.
Whack.
Yep. But like I said, it's he's the campaigns. I want it to be fun. I would like to get somebody to play a non-combat Jedi, like either a Jedi healer or a Jedi scholar. It's one of the reasons.
Well, I'm usually pretty good at support in like the Old Republic. If anyone's ever played that game, healing and support. That's not something that's for everyone. But I can take to it if I have to, and sometimes I do. Well, sometimes I like doing it sometimes, and I've gotten some acknowledgement for that. Like, man, I'm just saying all crit heals over there from you.
Yeah. Well, the 2 prestige class of Jedi, you've got the prestige class Jedi healer, who focuses on using the Force to heal people, and then you have the Jedi scholar, who, when they hit level 10, the prestige class can build and craft their holocrons. At level 10, Jedi healer, you can become one with the Force, and the power of the Jedi source book was really good. It also has let me pull it up so I can tell you some of the stuff in it, because it's got the power of the Jedi prestige classes are pretty interesting, because you've got, in the main book, it showed you the Jedi Ace prestige class, which is somebody who uses the Force, flying starships and fighters and things of this nature. Uh, but that's also in the main core book. In the Power of the Jedi, they've got several Force prestige classes that are fairly interesting. There's one called Force Warrior, where you can actually enter it before any other of the prestige classes. If I remember right, all you have to have is like one level of Jedi to go into it, or one level of Force user level. Let me see. There it is, the Power of the Jedi. The Waiting for the PDF to open up.
PDFs are like cats.
Yeah, they can take forever to do something. Right now, Kraken's just sitting here wanting to be petted and purring up a storm. Yeah, we're talking about you, little man. But some of the best. Let's see. Where are you? That's creatures and archetypes, Jedi traditions, history. Let's see. Where did you go? There we are. Oh, that's not the prestige classes. Give me a minute. No. There we are. Force Warrior, page 17. There's also a couple of forbidden Force powers that's listed in here, like Morichiro, which is basically one of those things that is very hard to do, which also includes severing people from the Force. Psychometry is one of the Val-El's gifts that he picked up, which is basically where you can touch an inanimate object and see what has happened around it, which works for Val-El since he's a cop.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a Force Warrior, you can become as long as you've got the base attack bonus of +3, and you have you're Force sensitive and you have control as a Force feat, and you know martial arts, you can become a Force Warrior. And the Force Warrior is basically the good guy version of the Dark Side Marauder.
Oh.
But the Dark Side Marauder is all you need is you need to be Force sensitive, have Dark Side points, and a base attack bonus of +1 to become that. So if you take your first level as Soldier, your second level can be Dark Side Marauder, because that's how you do the Darth Maul build to get to Sith Warrior. Is you go Soldier, Dark Side Marauder, and then Sith Warrior. That's that's all in the Dark Side source book. The next prestige class in the Power of the Jedi book is the Jedi Healer. Then you have, if I remember it's the Jedi. Yeah, the Jedi healer, then the Jedi scholar, I think, or is it, no, instructor. The Jedi instructor is basically a Jedi master or Jedi Knight that specializes as a teacher. And it's a short, one of the short prestige classes of only 5 levels, kind of just like Jedi Investigator is only a 5-level prestige class. Then you have the Jedi Scholar, which is a full prestige class of 10 levels. The Jedi Scholar, you can enter it at as a Jedi, a 3rd level Jedi. Like
Hey,
Jedi.
Richard.
Yeah.
Our friend's back.
All right, hold on. Let me pull back up the page so I can put them back in. There he goes, Zach.
I got
Well,
kicked out twice. One while I was gone, and one when I came back and I was typing in the chat, being like, "Yo, I'm back." But when I posted it, I accidentally pressed the back button and it sent me off.
oh man,
So annoying.
I'm sorry, son.
It's
I was
okay.
looking
Sort
at
of
the,
like a duck of death.
yeah.
That
I'm
fucking
looking
duck.
at. I was looking at the PDF files to describe
That's
some of the
fair.
classes, the Jedi classes. I'm talking about the Jedi Scholar right now.
Nice.
The Jedi Scholar has scholarly knowledge that they get. They can record Jedi holocrons, and when they hit the 10th level of the Jedi Scholar Prestige class, they can create Jedi holocrons from scratch. The Jedi Healer, let me go back over here to Jedi Healer so I can go through what they can do. Because once they become a luminous being, man, they can do all kinds of really cool shit. But
Nice.
they get improved healing abilities that comes with through the Force. But they can like all right, vitality points is like hit points in D&D. You know, they go up and down easily. But the difference in Star Wars is if you use the Force powers, it costs you the vitality points to use the Force.
Mm.
So basically the way the mechanics works is you just got shot with a blaster and it takes off so many vitality points. But in reality, you didn't get hit by the blaster. You know, it's just the fact that the shot went right, should have hit you, but it didn't, and it cost your vitality this amount of points.
So kind of like we know lightsabers are like a one-hit kill. Either you've defended it, or or it missed you, or you're dead. Cinematically, that's the way it works. Either you blocked it, and you have all your hit points, or you didn't and you're dead. But like video games, it's not always a one-hit kill thing. It's just sometimes you have to hack at someone with a lightsaber before you finally get them. I guess it's more representative as you defended or you missed, but you're getting wearier, and finally you're gonna get hit.
Exactly. Well, the first special healing ability you get is improved vitality healing, so you can replenish other people's vitality points.
Well, that's awesome.
And then you get, and then at 3rd level, Jedi Healer gets Deflect, which is a bonus to your defense, and you can with your lightsaber. At 4th, you get improved wound healing, i.e., somebody actually got hit and it did wound damage. It took some of their wound points away. You heal. You actually, when you do your healing, you're affecting those wound points, replenishing wound points. Then you get increased lightsaber damage at 5th, and 6th is another deflect, which extends your defense to other people. Then you get at 7th deflect, which means you can actually you can deflect and send back attacks against the people who just attacked you. And then you have improved at 8th is improved ability healing, where if you've been injured and it's caused like your strength to go down, you're actually healing whatever physical attribute stat just got damaged. Then you've got at 9th level increased lightsaber damage, which gives you a bonus to the damage your lightsaber can do. And then at 10th level, you get luminous being. And luminous being's pretty badass to me. Okay. This means the line between body and spirit is so blurred for you at 10th level, you fully understand how living flesh is connected to the Force. And by extending a Force point, the Jedi healer may restore any living character to full vitality points, full wound points, or a full ability score points for a single ability. Basically erasing all the effects of exhaustion, injury, disease, poison, and radiation. This does not allow you to undo the effects of aging, though, which is one of the reasons, which is pretty, if it did that, Jedi wouldn't be getting old now, would they? But you can use
Of course.
but this, it requires you 10 rounds to a full minute in game to be able to use it. But the character basically has a true understanding of the nature of both the Force and of the flesh to be a healer. You also, if you decide to do it, you've learned this so well, you can basically do what Obi-Wan Kenobi did in A New Hope when he basically told Vader, you can strike me down, but I will become more powerful than you will ever imagine. And then he turns his lightsaber off and then he just disappears. That's what this is. You have the ability to allow yourself to become one with the Force and become a Force spirit without dying. Of course, this means your body just disappeared, but your spirit, you become a Force spirit. You're still an individual being. You're just a Force spirit now, and pretty much your character just became an NPC.
Essentially, you are now NPC. You still have soul, you still have a body, but you have no physical.
Yeah,
it's gone.
You fall
All
around
right.
to be a peanut gallery.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's fine to be a peanut gallery.
Now, for the Jedi instructor, at first level, you get Inspire Confidence. At second level, you get Deflect, which is a bonus to your defense. At third level, Inspire Confidence goes up to +2. At fourth level, you get both increasing your lightsaber damage and your deflect. When you deflect the blaster blast, you can throw it back at the person who shot at you. And at fifth level, your Inspire Confidence goes to +3, and you can transfer a Force point. Let's say you've got 10 Force points, but somebody in the party has none. And they really need that. They need spend a Force point, or they're going to be fucked. In the bad way. You can transfer one of your Force points to them so they can spend it for whatever it is that they need that Force point for. Ain't that pretty badass?
Yeah, kind of.
Now, I'm going to go back over here to the Force Warrior so I can tell you what kind of good shit they get. At first level, they automatically get Uncanny Dodge, which means they retain their Dex bonus no matter what. Second level, they get to increase unarmed damage to +6. They get to add +6 to it. At third level, they get a bonus feat. At fourth level, they get a defensive roll. At fifth level, they increase their unarmed damage by 2d6. At sixth level, they get a bonus feat. At seventh level, Uncanny Dodge, which means they never can be flanked. At eighth level, they get to increase their unarmed damage to +3d6. Ninth level is another bonus feat. And at 10th is defensive roll. That's the Force Warrior. Let's see. Now the Jedi. Let's say I already haven't told you. Okay, the Jedi Scholar at first level gets the alter and scholarly knowledge at +2. At second level, they get deflect, which is based around their defense. At 3, it's +4 scholarly knowledge. Fourth level, they get direct +2 and deflect extended defense. Fifth level is they increase their lightsaber damage. Sixth level, their scholarly knowledge is +6. On seventh level, they get to record Jedi holocrons, i.e., if they find a holocron, they can make recordings onto an already existing holocron. Eighth level, direct is +4, and their deflect with their lightsaber can now be able to turn the attacks that they just deflected into an attack against the person who attacked them. Ninth level is scholarly knowledge +8, and as I said earlier, at 10th level, they're actually able to create their own Jedi holocrons from scratch, which I think is pretty cool.
Mm.
Next up is the Jedi Weapons Master. This is the one that Bunya is going to be going with.
Yes.
At first level, you get a bonus feat and deflect, which is to your defense. At second level, you get to increase your weapons damage. At third level, your deflect can be turned into an attack and a weapons mastery. Fourth level is a bonus feat. At fifth level, you get increased weapons damage and a weapons mastery. At sixth level is deflect, extending defense and attack. At seventh level is a bonus feat. At eighth level, your deflect goes to a +2 with your defense. At ninth level, you get increased weapons damage. And at 10th level, deflect, you get an even better bonus to turning anything you've deflected into an attack back at whoever attacked you, as well as another weapons mastery. That's pretty badass.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My character is going to be, hello, I'd like to make a deposit. What kind of deposit? Try and hit me first before I answer that question.
Yeah. And let's see. I think
Yeah.
that is all the Jedi Prestige. Yep, that's the Jedi Prestige classes out of the Power of the Jedi book. Now, in the main core rule book, the revised core rules, excuse me, has a couple of the Jedi class Prestige classes as well that pretty cool, which is the Jedi Ace, the Jedi Investigator, and the Jedi Master. Let's see, where is it?
I still think it would be really cool and fun if we played another campaign where the players are just overpowered as fuck.
Well, I've actually done that where we were playing characters that were around 17 to 20th level.
Nice.
And we got into all kinds of stuff. We basically,
Because I've got a character that I really want to play. He's not even a character. He's like an enemy for a campaign, but I want to play as it. Because it's like, I think it's 20th level. I just want to play a campaign as it.
Let's see where it is.
It's the same character as my profile picture. I've put the
70.
sheet for it in the Discord.
Oh, 70. Give me a moment. I'm pulling this up.
So I really want to play like a campaign where like all of the players are just overpowered as hell.
I had a passing idea for a campaign mechanic, kind of pretty much inspired by the Matrix. So whatever this place we go into is, it's like all your stats go up to 20 or something. But then once you step out of there and step into the real world, quote unquote, or whatever you come from, your stats are like down to 7.
Yeah.
All right. The Jedi Ace is a 5-level prestige class. At first level, you get Starfighter Defense. Second level is a Starship Focus, which, i.e., is the special end up specializing in the type of craft you're flying, that you be it a starfighter or a space transport. Then you get familiarity, which is increasing for that. Starfighter evasion at 4th, and at 5th is trust the force and familiarity +2. Trust the force is once per day. You are able to re-roll any failed attack roll made with starship weapons.
That's cool.
Then you got the next up is Jedi Investigator, which is the one I use a lot. I use it with my Jedi Counselor builds to give the Counselor a little bit more combat capacity, but also increases their abilities as an investigator and a seeker type of knowledge. At first level, you get a bonus feat. You get the ability to profile people. You get a targeting bonus, and you get deflect for defense. At second level, you get a contact in the underworld. You also increase your lightsaber damage.
That's cool.
Yep. And at third level, you get target. Your target bonus goes from +1 to +2, and you get a favor from somebody in the underworld. At fourth level, you get another contact. Like I said, somewhere in the underworld. And you get your deflect can become an attack now. And at fifth level, you get your target bonus goes to +3, and you get another favor, which is pretty cool. Let's see. Then you get to the Jedi Master, which is a full 10 levels prestige class. You at first level you get a Force secret. Second level is increased lightsaber damage. Third level is another Force secret. Fourth level is a bonus feat. Fifth level is deflect that focuses on defense. Sixth level is another Force secret. Seventh level is increasing lightsaber damage. Eighth level is another bonus feat. And at ninth is another increase to your lightsaber damage. And at 10th level, your deflect goes back to another bonus to your attack, a bonus to turning a deflected attack back against the person or persons that are attacking you. Like I said, the Jedi Master prestige class is pretty badass. But yeah, it's that's all the Jedi.
That's cool.
In the Darksider book, it's got the various Sith and dark side witches and stuff like that. In the basic book for the dark side Force users, it's got the dark side Marauder, which is in many ways a bad guy version of the Jedi Guardian that builds you up to where you can take levels in Sith Warrior prestige class, which is in the dark side source book. Let's see, Dark Side Adept is the non-combat version of that, which is what you build up to become a Sith Acolyte, which is their equivalent to the Jedi Counselor, while the Sith Warrior is the counterpart to the Jedi Guardian. Trying to see another one of the prestige classes is the Crime Lord, which is you can actually use the Crime Lord. I've used it for other than just crime bosses, straight up crime bosses. I've used it for smuggler barons. I've used it for information brokers. If you've watched The Bad Batch, Sid is an information broker.
Nice.
So that I use a couple of levels of Crime Lord to show that, because a Crime Lord at first level gets contact is one of their special abilities. At second level, it's resource access. Third level, inspire fear. Fourth level, they get another contact. At 5th level, they get minions. At 6th level, they get another bonus for their Inspire Fear. 7th level is another contact. At 8th level, they get exceptional minions. At 9th level, they get their Inspire Fear increases again. And at 10th level, they get another contact. Now, there's other prestige classes that was released in the Hero Handbook and the Galactic Campaign Guide. I think it was the Galactic Campaign Guide that introduced the prestige classes for the Black Sun. They you also get the Antaran Rangers, which are pretty cool. If you know anything about the Antaran Rangers, they're basically special operators that are non-force sensitive that work with the Jedi Order. Basically, the way the Antaran Rangers want it to work is that every Jedi would have at least one Antaran Ranger going out with them on missions. But in practice, the Antaran Rangers before the Clone Wars, there were so few of them, it wasn't even funny. And even during the Clone Wars, there wasn't that many Antaran Rangers around. But at one time, there was a Jedi would go out and he would have like a squad of Antaran Rangers hanging with him and being their reinforcements. But yeah, there's so much to get to play in Star Wars. It's got such a vast lore to it. And whenever I get all the players together for a full-fledged session 0, the questions will be like getting them to vote for the name of the ship. Once I've been able to get everything set up for the charter service, because the names of all the ships in the charter service are going to be related in some way as a naming convention. Ask if they want it to be a straight up Star Wars universe that's pretty much a canon setting, or if they would like to try a setting that's not quite canon, namely Qui-Gon actually did not die on Theed and actually trained Anakin up to be a Jedi, because that alone would change a whole lot of the Star Wars universe. You'd still have the things that happened. It's just the fact that some of the main players wouldn't be the type of main players they were as we saw on the movies. You'd still have Dooku leaving the Jedi Order and leading a reform movement to try to reform the Republic, but it wouldn't be him leading the Separatists. You'd have somebody else to lead the Separatists.
Imagine in that universe, it was Obi-Wan Kenobi that became Darth Vader instead.
That would be pretty cool.
Because Qui-Gon started training Anakin instead.
But one of the ideas I had for that was that Obi-Wan ended up helping and still traveling with Qui-Gon and helping with the training of Anakin while he was training his own Padawan.
Yeah.
But I just never could figure out who his Padawan would be.
Ahsoka Tano.
Well, Ahsoka didn't come along until the Clone Wars.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
And they assigned Ahsoka to Anakin to try to calm Anakin down.
Oh yeah.
After he made night, because remember in the Clone Wars movie, Anakin was expecting Ahsoka to be Obi-Wan's new Padawan, because he had just made night. He did not expect a Padawan to be assigned to him because he didn't want a Padawan. But but this it would if the players agreed to do the continuation of the box set of Theed that I had played, where you still got Darth Maul, who still has his operating it with his own legs, physical legs. I have Hugo Damask, Darth Plagueis would still be alive in charge of the Separatist movement. You would have the Reform movement under Dooku and Palpatine would still be the Chancellor of the Galactic Republic, and he'd still be using the Separatist crisis to stay in power past the time he was supposed to leave. Because the campaign would actually be starting out during the Separatist crisis, and the Clone Wars hadn't started yet. But yeah, that would be one of the options that I'd like to get all the players together to vote on if we're going to go as close to canon as possible, or to have a campaign that's non-canon, i.e., Anakin Skywalker being entirely different, with Qui-Gon Jinn still being around. Because if we do that, Qui-Gon Jinn, and Anakin and Obi-Wan would all be in the Naboo system with their own Jedi Academy. That would be similar to the Almas Academy that exists in the Killorn system. Because the Killorn system, they created it for the Living Force campaign, and it has a Jedi Academy located on the planet of Almas. And this is a non-standard Jedi training facility where basically you've got Padawans that they have a master, but it's not like traditional masters. Basically, it's a communal pool of Jedi Knights and Jedi Masters with a communal pool of Jedi Padawans who everybody is responsible for helping train and teach on how to use the Force. And if one of the masters or knights finds a Padawan that's willing to be their full-time Padawan, that can happen. You can end up having a dedicated master apprentice bond form, or you can just have it to where, I've been training with Master such and such for the past 6 months. And he's been teaching me how to do this with the Force, and I'm thinking, been talking with Jedi Knight such and such about starting training with them on using this part of Force training, sort of thing. So it allows the flexibility of a Jedi Padawan to be adventuring without their master looming over their shoulder. But starting out, if we do start out at level 8, you're already a Jedi Knight, because at level 7, when you reach level 7 in the Jedi classes and prestige classes, you're classified as a Jedi Knight in this setting. One of the reasons why I was thinking of starting out at either level 6 or level 8 was trying to decide.
I think 6.
I think 6 too.
Okay. What do you think, Ian?
He is away from.
All right.
I think he's gone.
No, I wandered to the other side of the house trying to do some chores that I'm supposed to be doing, and I figure I'll just dash back if I have a comment.
All right. Well, like I said, if I'm debating on the starting level being level 6 or level 8. If we go with level 6, Jedi characters would still be Padawans. If we go with level 8, they would just have been made Jedi Knights. Though I also could make it to where non-Jedis are starting out at level 8, while the Jedis are starting out at level 6, to give a little balance, because Jedis have Jedi powers and non-Jedi don't. It's one of the things that a session 0 would be for hammering stuff like that out. And
might work for some sort of kind of the potential of a Jedi. It takes longer, so there's more training, so they kind of at a lower level at the time that the non-Force users are equivalently at a higher level. So that might be an interesting way to go about it.
Because that's one of the things I was thinking of doing. That way, you're still a Padawan, still learning. You haven't taken your trials like you do at level 7, and that would basically also explain why you're traveling by yourself. Is you're preparing yourself for the trials.
Yep.
It would fit so well by doing it that way. So it's I know one. I know Theta he wants to play a Jedi.
Mhm.
Torgaren, which is the cat people, one of the cat races,
Mhm.
What?
and
Yep.
yeah, there's
Furries? Dear God.
because
Tell 'em.
there's you got the Kathair, the Togeri, there's the Tariri, there's the Solorans, which I actually was thinking about having a major NPC that was a Soloran,
Do it.
which
Do it.
because they're fun, they're a fun bunch because a fertile female is referred to as a queen because they can have children. Then you got infertile females that do most of the adventuring. There's so few males that are born that they stick around with the queen, keep making her pregnant so they can make as many babies as they can and raising the kids. Uh, and they're from the Corellian system. They're one of the species that lives there. Um, but yeah,
Sounds like a fun job.
yeah. Hey, let me get this straight. You're just because you're a dude and there's so few of you, you spend your time either A, taking care of babies, or B, making babies. Yeah. You lucky bastard.
It's like, hey, you've been summoned to the Queen's chambers tonight. Ooh.
Ooh, how's that gonna turn out? Ooh, woo.
Yeah.
What?
Ooh, woo. Ah, shoot.
Never say that again, please. Please. I will die of cringe.
Sometimes cringe is fun, remember?
Yeah.
You said that. When we were talking about the Minecraft movie.
Yeah.
But
I,
yeah, but there, but no, my idea for this villain was is going to be a crime lord, and that would be in the background as one of the minor crime lords in the Corellian, the Curran system, because the main crime lord I'm keeping from the Living Force campaign because I like Nermia. He's a cool badass dude, and I'm keeping that 3-armed bastard in the fucking campaign because every time in the game, whenever our characters ended up crossing paths, man, it was so cool because he respected Val-El because he would go, Constable, and Val-El would look at him and go, Criminal Kingpin, because that's how he referred to him. Because Val-El was known as a consummate cop. Uh, in the cities, he was known as the constable. In more rural areas, he was referred to as the marshal.
Hmm.
Because, like I said, he saw his place as keeping the peace and trying to keep people from breaking the law too much. And one of the best flipping things ever in a campaign I've ever done,
Too
other
much.
than other than shooting Darth Maul out of the Theed hangar like
Oh, fuck.
a shot being fired out of a gauze rifle, was stopping a massive barroom brawl style riot. I rolled my effect mind, and just like what happened with my force push against Darth Maul, I rolled 3 natural 20s in a row in a flipping roll. Natural 20, natural 20, natural 20, and an 18.
Wow.
And ended up stopping the fight because the games master goes, okay, how did you word this? And I'm like, everybody wants to stop fighting, drink all the
I
beer
got
they can,
another campaign idea.
and go home and go to bed. And that was how the riot stopped. Was the bartender sold out of all the beer and alcohol he had. Everybody's like, "Here's I want to buy alcohol." They all went to the bar, bought all the alcohol they could drink, drank it up, and then they went home and went to bed. and it stopped the riot. And the Colrun, the games master looked at the main game. The games master of the table looked at the head judge for the whole convention and said, "I don't know what to do. Do I give him a dark side point for this or a force point for this?" and the main judge looked at. They called all the other games masters together to try to figure out what they should do because that role was so damn good. And they basically decided we're not going to give you a dark side point and we're not going to give you a force point, but we are reporting this back to the RPGA because this is just too damn funny. Because, like I said, that was how he became famous, was in that first big game that we played. And the second time he became famous was when marching orders was issued, and all the Jedi players were gathered together at the convention, and we were told we were going to role play out marching orders, which is where a representative of the Jedi High Council shows up at the academy and is basically telling all the Jedi Padawans and Jedi Knights that they have to join the Grand Army of the Republic, or that if they don't join the Grand Army of the Republic, they have to send their lightsaber back to the Jedi High Council in refusal, which is known as the trial of refusal. And you send your lightsaber back to the council saying, "I cannot, you're giving me an order I cannot follow." And everybody's like, "We're role playing this, right?" And the judges said, "Yeah, you're role playing it." And so several of us started talking to each other about, should we accept these orders or not? And it came my turn to speak, and I was like, because a whole lot of the players was actually going to just give up their Jedi characters and make new characters to complete the campaign. And Val was sitting there for a moment. It was his turn to speak. He was sitting there stroking his goatee as he was contemplating how to say what he wanted to say. And then he clears his throat and he says, "In all due conscience, I cannot follow these orders, and I'm going to tell you why." This is the Galactic Republic we're talking about. A republic only exists because people freely have joined it. The moment you stop people from freely leaving a republic, and becomes an empire. So in all good conscience, I can't do this. I cannot accept these orders. We should be allowing the separatists to go their own way and hope by our example and by our trade, we convince them to peacefully return to the Republic. And by going to war with them, when all they're saying they want is to be left to go their own way and be left alone, we cease being a republic and we become an imperial power. And that goes against everything the Republic was founded on, goes against everything the Jedi Order is sworn to uphold and protect. So I can't do this. I just can't. I'm sorry. I can't follow this order. And here's my lightsaber. And there were actually players that were already in the process of working up of writing their replacement characters that they were going to be playing for the rest of the campaign, that put those characters to the side and said, "I'm with him. I'm not going to do it." So we had to we ended up almost all the Jedi players. They kept their character and sent their character's lightsaber to the Jedi High Council. And the judges actually had me write down what I said because of this, so they could send it back to the main headquarters, because they were like, "Dear God, man." it turned so many players who were ready to make a new character, so their Jedi character would go and join the Grand Army of the Republic and die. and all that. And but I was able to just in a 5 minutes, not even a 5 minute speech, caused them to decide that their character would not have just blindly followed orders and went and joined the clone and led clone troopers on the front line of the war. And I actually was if I had made the next convention, I was supposed to be getting recognized for it because the RPGA guys were like, "That was so fucking badass what your character said that we were supposed to be giving you a couple of bonus goodies." And
Damn.
I wasn't able to make that convention because I ended up taking Emma to the emergency room, and we spent the entirety of that convention at the emergency room. And so I never got to fully complete the Living Force campaign, and so yeah, I'm gonna actually get to complete the campaign now. Unfortunately, it's gonna be as a games master instead of a player because I wanted to play it.
Well, I'm ready for character setup, honestly.
All right. Your opening attributes 12, 12, 14, 14, 16, 16. And if, like I said earlier, if you want to change it to all 14s, you can do that as long as, or you can have 110, a 12.
I gotta go now. I need to do some stuff.
All right.
Okay, man.
Love you.
See ya, man.
Love you too. Bye.
Bye.
Art, you can have an 18, use the 2 points from that 12 to bump up a 16 to an 18. Every 3 levels, you get a bonus feat. Since you're doing a Guardian, the Jedi Guardian and Weapons Master, you will have 5 levels of Jedi Guardian and 1 level of Weapons Master. You will just have started your Weapons Master training, which works pretty dang good at 6th level. I'm trying to think. I said we'd probably end up using near human since your character is pretty much a Nico.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. We can use the near human. Did you get a chance to look through the aliens book that had all the different alien species in it? Because I can't remember if there was already a species similar to that in there, but it's also got the rules in there on where you can actually make a species and get species special qualities and stuff. Because you can either just use the near human rules or you can actually customize and make a species. You can do either or. I'd probably recommend going with the near human, which just means your bonus feat ends up becoming the heightened senses that the Nico has.
Yep.
That way you don't even have to worry about bonuses or penalties to your stats. You can just use the standard stat array that I'm allowing people to start out with. If I knew how to do it, I'd offer to send you the D20 Star Wars Revised Core Rules character generator that got made way back when that works so damn well that I use it just to relax. Is I'll make a buttload of fucking characters with this generator that Lucasfilm at the time got pissed off about because it was a computer program that wasn't coming out of Lucasfilm, and it was fan made. Okonda Ree made it, and it's a good character generating program if you can find it.
Fellow altaholic making alternate characters
on the daily.
Hey, Yeah, it's one of the ways that I relax is by taking role playing games and making characters. I come up with a concept in my head, and then I'll make a character for that concept and take that character and put it to the side. It's one of the reasons why I keep telling people, like if I do the no strings attached campaign, that's definitely going to be one of those where the players, I'd say, okay, these are the pre-generated characters that are necessary for the campaign because the campaign is pretty much built around these pre-gen characters that are based on the character archetypes from the D6 Star Wars role-playing game
Mhm.
that I modified to create a big-time story arc. And the story arc revolves around the kid. Notice I said it revolves around the what? The kid. The kid is the McMuffin or the MacGuffin for this whole campaign. And the crew of the smugglers that are the crew for the No Strings Attached are doing everything in their power to keep this kid as far away from the Empire as they possibly can. Now, I'm going to stress this big time right now. This
Okay.
campaign, I created it back in 2005, 2006. Okay. So please remember this. This campaign is very old. It's just the fact that I've been tweaking the hell out of it over time.
Gotcha.
Because, okay, the cautious first mate in the No Strings Attached pre-gen used to work for the Galactic Republic bureaucracy in the office of the Chancellor, of the Supreme Chancellor. The kid is her niece. And they're doing everything in their power to avoid any type of imperial entanglements. And the kid has bright red hair.
Ah.
Okay. Now, this person used to be a bureaucrat and understands the bureaucracy pretty damn well. And they are a slicer. They're they're able to make IFF beacons for starships and knows how to hack them and change them on the fly. Oh, the no strings attached. Renamed. Fiasco Factory out of Bumfuck Egypt. Bumfuck Egypt system. Such and such sector. Outer Rim territories. Okay. That's one of her skills. And the captain is a Runian female that, which is a hot blue skinned chick that's not a Panteran nor a Chiss. Then you've got the tongue tied Corellian ship's engineer who's more comfortable around droids than she is around people. And she has a small group of pit droids that she has reprogrammed to be her friends. And they are named Groucho, Harpo, Wacko, and Yakko.
Ah,
No
perfect.
dot.
No dot.
No dot. Because that would have been just too much. That just would have been too much of Animaniacs. Yes, Yakko never shuts up. Harpo doesn't talk. He just has a little horn. Groucho's pretty much the spokesperson for the group. Wacko is, well, Wacko. They're all pit droids and they act like the just listen to their names and pratfall type comedy because they spend their time trying to make uh, their mommy laugh, you know, because she treats the pit droids more like pets than she does anything else, and they help her keep the ship clean. You've then got a hotshot Marillion pilot who she fought for the Separatists during the war. The co-pilot is a female Twi'lek ex-slave, and before you think she was a sex slave, she was eye candy, but she was also the cook for the person who owned her, who was morbidly obese, who liked looking at pretty girls, but liked eating more than anything else. And no, they weren't a hut. But yeah, that's the crew of the No Strings Attached.
Okay.
Whenever, if I could ever find the players to play the No Strings Attached campaign, because that, like I said, that campaign by necessity has pre-gens. The kid is, I built the kid as a 4th level Fringer. And but with a special thing of the kid, when they reach young adulthood, can completely change their class and be something entirely different. Because they're a flipping kid. They're not an adult. They're this campaign takes place between episodes 3 and episode 4. And that's like 18 years to play with, but the kid's got, is going to be a kid. Basically a cat. She's basically the cabin boy of the crew. Her job is whenever there's passengers on board, she keeps their cabin clean, takes them their meals, that sort of thing. But they're smugglers, avoiding imperial entanglements. Their specialty is being able to smuggle high value items and people anywhere at any time by pretending to be this extremely high class charter ship. They've got uniforms that they wear. They go out of their way not to cause trouble. One of the pre-gens you get to pick from that aren't the most important for the plot line. You can pick any of the other ones, which included an adventurous Wookiee scout / wilderness guide. This is a free Wookiee who is associated with the charter service by being hired by nobles to be taken on safaris, hunting safaris and stuff like that. And he makes a pretty good chunk of money doing that. You've got a Mandalorian journeyman protector, which is basically a mercenary bounty hunter type. There's a I've got so many of. I based all of the pre-generated characters off of the character templates that Westing Games put out. There's an armchair an armchair military historian who thinks of himself as a grand military strategist. There's a retired Imperial captain. There is an elderly an older statesman, which is an old senator that is the older character. The older characters I made higher levels, of course.
Of course.
But yeah, they're older, and which also comes with them being older and the penalties of being older that goes with it. There's also the noble in exile, their loyal retainer. There's the tough native, which is basically a Fringer / scout who doesn't really understand blasters, but understands pew-pews. I can shoot that blaster pistol thingy you got because it's just like shooting this here 6-shooter I got. Yoo-hoo! Bang, bang.
Got him.
I've got walks around with a sword. So you got a Tapani saber rake, which is basically a duelist who uses a light foil, which is a version, a a type of lightsaber that's one-handed. Like it's the equivalent. It's a rapier to a katana, basically. Um, then you've got the Tapani guardsman. Uh, that, like I said, it's a stylish, high stakes gambler is one of the pre-generated characters for that campaign, which is based. Think of Londo. That's not a horn dog that wants to screw toasters. And if you don't get that joke, that means you never watched Solo or Story.
Either that, or we just have pre-rejected the multi-million-dollar fan fictions that Disney has been putting out.
Exactly. I have to give Solo a Star Wars Story. It was pretty good for the most part because I loved what they did with the Millennium Falcon, showing what it looked like before Han got a hold of it. And my God, she was gorgeous.
Now,
And
go ahead.
She's gorgeous. I mean, so streamlined. You're like going, holy crap, she definitely looks fast. And because I've got two Millennium Falcons as she appeared in Solo: A Star Wars Story, and I've got two regular Millennium Falcons, and I'm sitting on a shelf that I'm looking at right now because I love the look of the Millennium Falcon. But when it has all the streamlined equipment, streamlining panels and stuff put on her like she was in Solo: A Star Wars Story, she looks sleek and fast as hell. And you can see why Han Solo didn't put them back on. He's like, "Oh, she's fast anyway when she's in space. I don't need the streamlining equipment. It just is a waste of time to put it back on." And he wants her to look in such a way that people don't think she's fast.
Low expectations.
Exactly. And but nah, I mean, Lando was all about the style of wanting the ship to look stylish. And these smugglers, that's how they want the no strings attached to be. It's stylish. It's supposed to look like it's the type of ship that a wealthy noble person would charter to go somewhere and not expend the money to go buy themselves a yacht to do it on their own, So that's part of their cover is we're supposed to look awesome and sweet and sexy so people will leave us the fuck alone. That's one of the reasons why the crew is all hot females that wear matching uniforms with color-coded tops showing the different positions that they hold on the ship. And the No Strings Attached campaign, and when I came up with it, like I said, back in 05, 06, 07, in that period of time, it was something I had came up with because I had replaced half of my West End Games books that Jerry took off with. And I had the template books that they put out for the game that compiled all the different templates from the West End Games, pre-gen characters where you could start playing right then and there. And I love that concept of having pre-generated characters to where anybody that came up like at a convention, hey, I'd like to play this game. Okay, boop, there's the folder of pre-generated characters. Pick one out and let's go. And the only problem was with the No Strings Attached, I actually needed a crew for the ship that all had a reason to be part of the ship and a reason to keep the MacGuffin, aka the kid, from safe. Required a very specific set of characters that each were emotionally and mentally and capability tied to protecting the MacGuffin, you know, and thus I ended up coming up with the crew and such. If I ever show you guys the pictures of a couple of the characters, uh, I'll admit one of them is based off of her look is based a lot off of Emma, my ex-wife. But that's beside the point. But yeah, it's something that I sat down and I created a campaign that I wanted to play that would be fun as well as having high stakes to it. You're protecting a child from the fact that their father is looking for them, and the father that's looking for them, isn't a very nice person. It's the biggest fucking villain in the entire galaxy that's looking for their kid, and that was the whole campaign idea. And the campaign I had a little adventure shorts that was set up for it, where people would be you the players would be going from system to system to system and doing various things. And while they're avoiding imperial entanglements, they end up becoming important about in the formation of the alliance to restore the republic. And but they're even hiding the who the parentage of the kid from even the alliance to restore the republic, because they are like, oh shit, what would they do if they found out who her father is, type of deal. So that gave the player characters who played the crew of the ship an edge to it, that they would be able to play that in the game. Uh-oh, something's wrong. Oh, okay. But anyway, any questions on your character generation, Boone?
Nope.
Cool. If you want to play Ian, what type of character would you want to play?
Well, I feel like the dual wielding Jedi has already been claimed. So, in interest of not being redundant, I'll probably jump on the healer.
All right. Would you want to play a healer or a scholar?
The healer.
All right. That would be 3rd level counselor, 3rd level healer at 6th level. What race or species?
Probably just human.
Gender.
Good question. I could probably just try and recreate my healer from Star Wars: The Old Republic. I had a timid, jittery little human female.
All right. Let's see. Same as with Bunay's the stat block. I explained that, right? 2 12s, 2 14s, 2 16s. If you want to switch it around a little bit, you can. Just as long as the same number of points is there. When you make your character, if you are short some skill points, we can work that out. You get a bonus feat every 3rd level. So at 6th level, you'd be getting 2 bonus feats. Just like at 8th level, you'd still be getting 2 bonus feats. But the 2 GM bonus feats I'm giving out are to customize your character. You can either use them to, I guess you'd call it min-maxing your class, your build, or as I would like you to use them, to diversify your build, i.e., sort of like martial arts. taking a martial arts and defensive martial arts, so you can protect yourself if somebody attacks you as a healer, or you could use it for half a dozen other things, to be a little bit more well-rounded of a character instead of focused just on the healing arts. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I want that same for Bunay's character. But you can use those 2 bonus feats to hit all of your required feats for your prestige class. That was another reason why I did it. Was giving the bonus feat every 3rd level. Now, in the Living Force campaign, you can get you can increase your stats every other level. 1 stat every other level. You get a bonus to your stat instead of every 3rd level, like in standard D20. But at the moment, the way I've been doing it is every 3rd level, just like the bonus feat. So whenever you get the bonus feat, that's the same level that you get to increase one of your stats. Hold on a minute. Let me check something right quick.
I think I need to start wrapping it up, though.
All right. But if you get a chance to talk to me about it, I've been doing this for almost 5 hours now. But yeah, that'll give me and helping rough that out, because as a weapons master, since you'll be doing a healer, you'd be training under the Almas Jedi healer, because there is a blade master at the academy as well as a master healer at the academy. I just can't remember the names I gave them right offhand. I've got it in my notes though.
Was there a Discord server to jump into?
Yes, let me pull up.
You can put it in mine if you want.
Let me see. I'm trying to remember how to get the link for people to be able to join it. There it is. There.
And we can use
All right.
basically Discord's thing too.
File transfers, yeah. All right, there's the link to it, to the Discord that I set up just for role playing. And yes, I use the double victory from World War II symbol as their main thing. Let me see. How do I make it wave at you guys? There you are. But because to me, the double victory was an amazing campaign for people. The Star Wars campaign, let me add the Living Force discussion on here. There. I just added a channel to it just for the Living Force. That way we can discuss there, and I'll also be able to put some of the PDFs from the fan stuff in there too. I don't hear background noise, Ian, so that's cool. But not whenever y'all get a chance to talk, we can use that there. Also be able to use it for planning out whenever we'll be doing the meetups for the games. Hey, I got 2 bunnies now. But No, the game's going to hopefully be fun. I want the Living Force to be a fun and energetic game where players will get to play something that is going to be great. Yep,
This is
that's why
getting
there's
out of
two of you.
hand. Now there are two of them.
Yes, that was so funny in the Phantom Menace. I still don't see why people give the Phantom Menace such a bad time because it wasn't that bad. I mean, I know a lot of people didn't like Jar Jar, but I liked Jar Jar for several reasons. Jar Jar was there for the kids to be able to interact and understand it better, you know, as a character. Plus, it was to show how even innocence and kindness can be utilized to promote evil. You know, that's why Jar Jar was so important for the Star Wars saga, you know? And it just frustrates me when people don't see that. They just focus on, well, he sounded like a Jamaican. Have you listened to Ahmed Best talk? You know, and
There were a lot of accents handed out to different races. People tried to call it racist.
yeah, and I mean, don't get me started about what they're doing D&D now. I mean, almost all the artwork in the books now has got something to do with either dudes hitting on each other or walking around dwarves walking around a fucking foundry were dripping metal while wearing sandals and one person's working on a metal something while another one's baking scones while looking at each other like they want to bang each other, you know? And Duck of Death got you, bunny.
Yeah, I know it got me good.
Yep.
Don't forget to put that in my Discord, by the way.
All right. Let me go in and put it in there. Oh, Zach's back.
I
Yeah, that
just
sucks.
got highly disrespected by my own mother.
What?
What?
What happened? What happened?
I
Come on.
was simply just trying to cook some food. I had the cupboard slightly open, well, halfway. Whilst I was reaching in, she was like standing right next to me. As I reached in to grab
No.
something from it, it barely moved, like slightly, because I accidentally hit it. And she was like, "All right, mate." She was like, I was like, "Sorry, I did like say excuse me when I originally opened it." She said, and she said, "But you tried to open it even more." I was like, "I mean, it wouldn't be that hard to take a step to the left." You want to know what she said back?
What?
Yeah.
It ain't hard being autistic. But here we are, and that is fucking
Oh
madly
gosh.
disrespectful.
That's madly dis.
Yeah.
It fucking pissed me off.
That's not good. No.
Yeah.
Hey, Swollen, if you're
Yeah.
joining, the Discord links in the chat now.
There we go. Yeah, I just also sent it to you as a direct message in Discord.
Alright, thank you.
That's for the role playing server I set up for on Discord. I've got a server just for this channel that I've not gone live with yet because I want to talk with Tony and let him take a look at it and see if there's anything I'm missing. Because I'm trying to, like I said, I want this to go good. I want people to be able to hang out, talk, and just shoot the shit sometimes. But I also want to be able to do the role playing. I want to do lore. I want to do reviews. I mean, I'm thinking about doing a live stream where I'm talking about BattleTech, about the things I love about BattleTech because it is a setting that was Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones ever came out, and it's set in 1,000 years into the future with big stompy robots that are awesome. If you like Gundam, you would love
Oh,
BattleTech.
hell yes.
Oh yes.
The difference between BattleTech mechs and Gundam mechs is Gundam mechs can move around like normal, like ninjas and shit. But battle mechs, on the other hand, we're big stumpy robots, and we're here to kick ass, take names, chew bubblegum. But we don't have any bubblegum, and we don't have anything to write names down on. So I guess we're just here to stomp ass. That's BattleTech.
Yeah, yeah,
I think Harvey can agree with that sentiment.
yeah. I think so too.
Yes. 'Cause-
Harvey would be so happy and say, "It's time to stomping people."
Yep. I have a feeling that if I sent a message to Doomcock saying, "Hey, let Harvey know we're going to be doing a BattleTech game. Would he like to play Big Stumpy Robots?
Big stumpy robots.
Who needs a robot?"
We do.
But yeah, I mean, there's a couple of TV shows and movies I'm going to want to talk about in the future. I mean, I've talked to people about it's like Voyager, the things I liked about Voyager, and some of the characters that they really could have used better in Voyager, like Neelix.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until near the end of the dang series that they realized they had misused Neelix big time, and they were lamenting the fact that they didn't use him in the role that they originally presented him to be. You know, he was supposed to be their guide and their information source about what it was like in the Delta Quadrant, because he was supposed to be a free trading merchant before he joined up with Voyager, and he was supposed to have all these contacts throughout the Delta Quadrant, or was it? The Delta Quadrant, about being there as a source of information for the crew of Voyager, letting them know, hey, you don't want to fuck with these guys. They're crazy. Or these guys, they're crazy, but they're fun to party with. Just, well, sleep on your back. Sleep on your back. Don't sleep on your stomach after you get drunk, and you'll be okay. You know, that sort of thing. Yeah. It's a good thing Zach was muted, because he'd probably be screaming, "I need an adult!" just now.
No, I'm muted because my shithead of a little brother is screaming at the top of his lungs for no reason at all. And I don't want you guys to hear it.
It's all right.
Even when I was watching Voyager the first time around, I thought that they were setting up Captain Ransom to be kind of a recurring foil.
Yeah, they could have done that.
That would have been cool. Either like a kind of a wild card. He's an opposite. They keep running into each other somehow, because I don't know how that. It's a Rhode Island. No, what class was that ship? Rhode Island,
no,
or
it was
Nova?
a Nova class. Yeah, Nova class.
I don't know. Voyager's obviously is faster, but he's been cheating anyway, so they could have been kept running into each other every once in a while, either be antagonistic one round, or they have to team up another, or have you straight up been a duo of ships working across a permanent joint of the crew. I thought they were going to work one of those things, but no.
Yep. I mean, they didn't even allow for some of the crew of some of Cransom's crew to actually become part of Voyager crew. You know,
they got assimilated.
Yeah,
they got assimilated.
They got put on the crew, but a lot of them were put in under house arrest, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Just like Neelix's ship, it just kind of got absorbed in and never seen again.
Yeah, and I mean, there was so much potential in that show. And I mean, I had shared with Miss Roddenberry the concept work I had done for Star Trek Odyssey, which was a cadet cruise that got caught up in Wolf 359 and got tossed across the galaxy. And they're having to fight their way back to get back to Wolf 359. And they're focused on, we've got to get back so we can stop the traitor Picard and the Borg. And I had plotted out 7 seasons, and I had already plotted out how the series was going to end. Was the
Wow.
Odyssey finally makes it back to Federation space, and the Enterprise is there to meet them, and Picard being the captain of the Enterprise, and this crew of former cadets that have become hardened badasses are facing off against the person for the past 7 years they've hated the most as being a traitor, is standing there welcoming them back to the Federation, and they're like going, "Oh fuck this." And you've got members of the crew who are like, "No, we got to kill him. We got to fuck this motherfucker up because he's the reason why we just went through hell." And all the people who died because of him, and them trying to decide what they're going to do.
Activate
And
the photonic cannon.
yes, and because it was basically they on their way back, they're upgrading the Odyssey to be able to fight the Borg on their way back. And not only are they having to repair it, they're they're upgrading it to be a war machine by the time they get back. Because remember, before they left, there was no Defiance that were being built to fight the Borg, and all the ship that was at Wolf 359 were basically just explorers. There were no real warships, and so they know this, and they know that they're going to have to go for a fight. So they're as they're rebuilding and repairing the Odyssey, they're adding weapons to it. This is part of the old thing about if you keep replacing damaged planks of the Odyssey, the ship, is it still the same ship when you're finished?
No.
And you're going to be seeing as the Odyssey from season to season was repaired and upgraded and equipped with stuff as it moved forward, and you're going to see how they went from young idealistic kids to being hardened by all the shit that they had to go through to get home, and that you literally were going to be. I wanted it to be a show where you got to see them go from wet behind the ears cadet children to being hardened adults, and all the stuff that they went through, how they tried to maintain their moral standards, and it was going to, I mean, to save energy instead of they was going to be walking around wearing jackets and heavy coats and stuff and things of this nature to save energy so that they would be able to get to where they were going. That they rationed their food and rationed their everything out, stuff like that. That they weren't post scarcity. That they literally had to scrape by. That they would be making alliance. They would make friends and allies as they went, and they were trading to get what they needed to keep going forward. They only fought if they had to. And the whole time while they're doing it, we're the first Federation ship to be in this location. We need to make sure we've got really good scans so when we get home, they can be shared. That sort of thing. They kept that aspect of Starfleet alive, but they also were like, we have to survive, and we're not going to do anything to. If we've got to fight, we're going to fight to win. Type of mentality that. They'd be like, "Hey, dude, don't do this. If you fire at us, we're going to kick your ass." Type outlook that the Odyssey was going to have. You had a Borg drone that ended up becoming the ship's computer. They tied the ship's computer to this drone, and the drone ends up becoming the interface with the ship's computer, kind of like Andromeda. If you remember how they had the robot body that Andromeda had to interact with the crew, you're just going to have something similar to that with this Borg drone that was going around. The holographic character that was going to be on there was basically a probe that had hollow projectors mounted on it, and it was projecting the hologram around it. So the projector was inside the holographic body. The uniform design I had came up with that they were wearing looked like the Voyager uniforms, but with a jacket with a collar that and pockets. They had pockets on the jacket. They had pockets on their pants, big cargo pockets, and let's see, what else did I do? A couple of them had cold weather headgear to be able to wear whenever they went planet side, which included scarves and gloves that went whenever they were on a cold planet. It was all in the artwork that I ended up giving Miss Roddenberry because she loved my artwork so much when I met her. Because she loved both the portraits I had drawn of the original series cast, but she loved also the other Star Trek consignment artwork I had done and commissions I had done, and the sketches I had for all the Star Trek stuff that I had been drawing out for the various campaigns.
This air shaft will provide access to the generator's control terminal.
Sweet.
Sorry, I'm playing Doom.
Sorry.
Well, we all want access to the generator's control, so
yeah. But like I said, when I gave that to them, I gave it to her, and then 2 years later, Voyager came out. And my aunt Becky, she loved Voyager so much, and I had showed her all the work I had done on Odyssey long before Voyager came out. And when she saw Voyager come out, she gave me this look that was like, they changed it enough to where they don't have to give you any kind of recognition for the work that you did on it, on that was in the stuff that you gave them.
I don't know what ship you had in mind, but there is an Odyssey class that I'm sort of just pasting in as I think about what you're describing.
Well, the original concept was a constellation class, kind of like the Stargazer.
The four nacelles?
Yeah, that was my original concept for what the Odyssey was going to look like. And but I'm not good at designing vehicles and ships and stuff. The look of them, I can describe what they're going to be, what they have inside them. I just can't tell you how to make them look on the outside. I can do the insides, but I can't do the outsides. That's the bad part. And damn, Duck of Death again. But yeah, the working on it, it was something I wanted to do for a Star Wars game, not Star Wars, but a Star Trek game. And it was something that I created just for a game, and people.
Sorry, it happened.
It's all right, son. The Duck of Death is a pain in the ass. But yeah. But thanks for being here and talking with me today, guys. It's great. Hoping that this YouTube thing works.
I had a vague idea for a Star Trek thing, and you could set it in any era because it really doesn't matter. So I'll probably set it in TOS just because it's a kind of a colorful and acquired taste kind of era. But a ship is testing out an experimental instant transport drive, and I swear this was before Discovery came out.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work, or at least it goes so catastrophically wrong on their test run.
Big ass lag spike.
Huh?
Big ass.
I think I had a big ass lag spike because for a second there was just silence, and then you guys started talking again.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the test goes catastrophically wrong, and they kind of end up stranded in a system that's not even that far out of Federation space. It was just a few hours back by warp. But the thing is, it kind of fried so much of their systems with it. They don't have subspace. They don't have warp. They have so little. They have so little of the ship works now. It's pretty much just a husk orbiting the star. Now
Yeah.
the system happens to be inhabited by two separate pre-industrial races, but the thing is they kind of put more of a focus into space travel than most pre-industrials, so they actually are pretty active in their own system, and they're at war with each other. And now here we are slapped down in the middle of it, and the whole story is pretty much just going to take place in this one solar system.
Well, one thing you could have done with that is have everything happen similar to that, but have another alien species that's trying to encroach in on it, and have, instead of it'd still be taking place inside the system, but the Starfleet, because of the Prime Directive, would be duty bound to stop the aliens that have been interfering and keeping the two sides of the planet at war. That would actually give you a little bit of more of a reason for them to get involved, instead of just trying to find a way to fix their ship to get the fuck away.
Well, they need to fix their ship, but they need more materials to do it. And there's not two sides of one planet; it's two separate planets that are just both in the Goldilocks zone. So they both have to fly to each other with their chemical propulsion engines to go.
I
kill
got
each
a
other.
notification saying that Tony is live, so I'm gonna go check that out. You guys have some fun.
All right.
Later.
Check with
Love you,
Tony
Dad.
then.
Bye.
All right, love you, son.
So yeah, they need to avoid the hostile races while also getting down to the planet and getting the stuff anyway. Transporters don't work, shields don't work. They're almost brought down to the same level that these guys are at, and they just want to get enough stuff, get fixed, and get out of there, or at least get the subspace radio fixed. Anything that'll finally get them back home, or get help en route.
Yeah, that actually is a pretty cool concept. I have to say, because they did it in 3 days better than they did it in 10 years. Oh, that's animated Minecraft. Yeah. But let's see. Is it Outlaw Bill supposed to be starting up? Huh. But yeah, oh wow, they actually have me listed on the main page for YouTube that I'm live streaming. Did not expect that. Oh wow. Let's see who it says that there's 2 people watching. I wonder if that's Booney and you, Ian. Let's see. I did not know I had that thing going. Go figure. But nah. Yeah. But why is it not working? But now the working on this has been fun. All right, we've got a Jedi healer, a Jedi weapons master. Theta Zord will have to tell me what he's going to be playing. Let's see. We'll need to find somebody who will pilot the ship. Then a mechanic to work on it, which will hopefully be fun. Let's see, where did it go? Well, maybe it's time to shut down for now, because we've been going for 5.5 hours. Is that cool with you guys?
And when did I jump in? At the 2-ish hour mark or something?
I jumped in on 3.
But yeah, The I'm I'm just glad I had somebody to talk to while I was testing all this stuff out. I still don't. I'm supposed to figure out a way of setting up wrenches, but I don't know who to set up as a wrench. I was gonna talk with Tony about how to do that.
I think I saw an option somewhere on my back end for wrenches. Let me take a look.
All right.
Well, I'm in YouTube Studio. On the left, I go all the way down to settings, and I find an option called permissions. But then it's like put in your password, and apparently I forgot that, so I don't know if it's hidden back there. I just do remember that I've seen some sort of put in channel names to give them moderator permission.
Yeah, I saw that too. And I'm just like, I don't want to redo that little song and dance.
Yeah. Tony told me to be careful when it comes to who to give the moderator wrench privileges, because he's seen where people have let it go to their head, and they basically caused a channel to completely crash and burn. And I definitely don't want to do that. So I got to find good moderators.
Well, the thing about finding moderators,
Mhm.
some of the smaller channels on Twitch have been going through the same struggles that the normal folks have had.
Yeah.
And I can tell you a few that have basically decided to keep themselves on a single platform to keep track of what's going on and yada yada.
Yeah. The type of moderation I want in the chat is basically keeping people civil and not going after each other, because that's I I don't want to be a political person, even though I'm a historian. I've seen how things go, and the fact that seeding the political arena has basically allowed our system to get to where it is now. Because for the longest time, Republicans just didn't fight back, push back against being called Nazis and racist all the time. And that's one of the reasons why I think it's been so easy for it in the pop culture for Republicans to be turned into the bad guys and to be dehumanized so much.
I may be a Democrat and stuff, but even I've got to admit the situation's become worse than even I fear.
Well, what gets me is my grandfather was a Democrat. He was a lifelong Democrat. In 2004, when John fucking Kerry won the presidential nomination, that was his last straw. And he died before the paperwork was filed changing his party affiliation. And that I told that story on, I think it was part 2 of the Redneck Rolled Over. about how that all went down, and it did not go over well because it really upset Granddad. And I've got friends of mine who used to be Democrats that are no longer Democrats because, like Granddaddy said, the crazies took over the party.
I agree.
And I mean, look at Donald Trump. He was a Democrat, big time. Uh, a lot of people don't know just how close he was to the Clintons. And the whole reason why he did the birth certificate thing with Obama was as a favor to the Clintons, because Hillary didn't want it to, she wanted to keep it going. And if you'll look, when he ran as a Republican, when he started out running, he wasn't serious about it. It wasn't until the presidential
Election.
No, it was before the election, and Obama was the Obama press secretary dinner thing that they did, where the president gets up and roasts people.
Yeah.
And for the most part, it's usually done in good nature, and it's just you'll hit a person once or twice, and then you'll move on to the next person to make fun of. But instead, Obama just got up there and just kept attacking Trump and attacking Trump and attacking Trump. And you could see the look on Trump's face the first couple of times was going, yeah, this is good natured stuff. And then when he realized, no, this is being personal attacks. And that was the moment you could see it on his face that he had had enough. And he decided at that moment he was going to win, just to put it in his face. And that, because if you'll notice, Trump had the media behind him right up until he got the nomination, just like what happened with John McCain. And for the most part, Mitt Romney, when he was going through the primary process, you could actually see the hurt on John McCain's face when the mainstream media, after he secured the presidential nomination process in 2008, and how they turned against him at the drop of a hat. How the media just turned against him at the drop of a hat. If you look at what happened with Donald Trump, it was the same way. I mean, up until he got secured the nomination, he had what's her name, and Morning Joe kissing his butt big time every time he was on their show. And then
that was noticeable, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It literally went from one day they were all good with Trump, and then the next day the knives came out, and it just showed. It's like I said earlier in the stream, that it's terrifying to see how quickly their opinions about a person will change. Sometimes it won't even be overnight. It will be at the drop of a hat in the middle of a conversation. If the group hive mind says this person bad, this person racist, this person bigot, that change happens like that.
Yeah, Trump didn't become the reincarnation of Hitler until after he got he made the ticket as a Republican. Until after he had a little R next to his name.
That's when it changed. That's why I keep saying it's not Trump derangement system. It wasn't Bush derangement syndrome. It's Republican derangement syndrome. They have dehumanized anybody who is classified as a Republican so bad. The moment you realize that they are actual Republican, they're a Nazi. They're not human anymore. We need to kill them. We need to destroy them. They're not worthy to breathe air. They're not worthy to have a job. They're not worthy to provide for their families. That's the issue. That's the difference between Republicans and Democrats now. Democrats and progressives have got to the point to where they want you gone. They don't want you to have a job. They don't want you to be able to speak your mind. They definitely don't want you to be able to defend yourself. I mean, for fuck's sake, we witnessed someone gunned down brutally in the middle of the street, and these people were cheering it, saying somebody took out the trash.
I've seen some footage. I don't know if I've just the distant sound. I don't remember if I actually visually saw it, but I could just hear, "Hey, we got us a Trumper here!" Bang, 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 as the gunshots go off.
Yeah,
Is that the same
that
gun?
was, yep, that's when it happened. And I have a friend. Okay, I have a friend that was a damage controlman in the Navy. And in the Navy, when I was in, damage controlman wore red ball caps. It was the ship's ball cap, but it was red. The captain sometimes wore a gold ball cap. Now, if you were at the rank of commander and above, you got what was called scrambled eggs on the bill of your ball cap. They also sold those ball caps in the ship's store, but you weren't allowed to wear them unless you were a commander and above. But if you was buying it for a family member, it was okay. And I actually bought one of those hats for my dad and gave it to him and bought one for my grandfather and gave it to them as gifts. After they died, ended up discovering they had kept the ball caps and they had put them in hat boxes to protect them. But they never wore them. They just kept them protected. Anyway,
As I said before, there are people on my server you can call on, and I can ask them if they want to join or not.
all right, cool.
I know of at least one that's a streamer. So they're just like you.
Well,
These are all normies.
Well, I love it. I'm always open to finding a new friend. As I've said before, there's no such thing as a stranger to me, just a friend I've not met yet.
Understood.
And
I'm just an aspiring animator.
and to me, a friend is a family member who hasn't fully realized how much I love and care for them.
Understood.
And I don't hate y'all. I don't hate any. There's only one person in all of God's creation that I hate, and it ain't none of y'all. And I wish people would understand that more than anything else, because I don't hate anybody but me. And I have reasons for why I hate me that I've dealt with in the past ever since I'd learned the reason why. And there's
There
and working through it's not going to be easy, if at all, because the adult in me knows it's irrational and I shouldn't do it. But the 3-year-old that remembers watching his mommy almost dying because she was carrying me while running, while 9 months pregnant with what was my little brother, still feels the guilt of I almost killed mommy. And that's not going away. And that's why. But at least I understand it, and I've adapted to it. And I've moved as much. I keep moving as much as I physically can. So
you're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job.
I've got friends that I've talked to, and people that are counselors that I've talked to that they understand where I'm coming from, and they are surprised that I am not a monster because of the things I've experienced in my life. And they said, what I've been through, I'm so compassionate. And I told them, people who've been hurt as much as me, one of two things happens. You become extremely compassionate, or you become a monster. There is a third, which is where you're so jaded nothing touches you. But to me, that's a monster. because when you are apathetic to the world, you're that jaded. You've given up your humanity, and that makes you a monster in my book. And it it does. It terrifies me when there's people that are so jaded they can't be moved to tears by when they see something wonderful or when they see something horrible and tragic happen. It's like the Ta-Nehisi Coates douchebag that was watching as September the 11th happened, and he was watching as the towers fell from across the river, and he didn't feel any kind of remorse or any of that. He just didn't care about the people who had just died, and to me, that's terrifying to me. If you can witness such a horrifying thing, oh my God, and it just freaks me out, And I'm just grateful that I didn't end up like that. But I've done everything in my power to hold on to my compassion and my humanity. It's just too important to me to maintain that humanity. And that's the only way I can put it.
Well, after you've been around the block a few times, things just kind of harden you anyway. It's like
Mhm.
there was an anime that I watched when I was like in my teens or something, and when a main character dies, my younger brother he runs off to cry, and I'm choking back those tears myself.
Yeah.
Now watching it again, it doesn't affect me because I've known it was the story for 20 years.
Yeah. Well, it's
But
like with some kids, one of the things you remember the original Transformers movie?
Yeah.
not
Okay.
really.
All right. It was animated. It was the first Transformer movies was an animated movie that was really good. It was made by the same people who did the first generation cartoon, had the same voice actors. It was a beautiful movie. In it, they made the mistake of releasing the soundtrack before the movie was released. And they had made the stupid mistake of not making the toys for the movie before the movie was released so it could all be released at one time. These were reasons why the movie didn't do so well when it hit the theaters when it first came out, but now it's a cult classic. But there was a bit in the music, in the soundtrack, that gave away a mega plot point of the movie, and that was the death of Optimus Prime. And so people went into the movie knowing that Optimus Prime was going to die if they had seen the soundtrack. And I was lucky I didn't see that.
I didn't even see the soundtrack for that thing.
And so the death of Optimus Prime was like, oh my God, they just killed the main good guy, And then you watch as Hot Rod ends up becoming the next Prime throughout the movie, and I liked that. It was good. It was a good movie, and I but at the time I cried just like I cried when Spock died in Wrath of Khan. That's when my mom called me her tender heart, and because my empathy even back then was extremely there, and I did everything in my power to suppress it back then because my father was so stoic that the only times he really showed emotion was the negative emotions when he got like when he got angry. And I've realized, hey, those are the easiest emotions to show is whenever I get angry. So I'm going to do everything in my power not to show those emotions anymore. And for the longest time, that's what I did. I suppressed all of my emotions, showing all of my emotions. I made Vulcans look like they were practical jokers,
Like Romulans.
Yeah.
Romulans?
And the teachers started acting weird and telling my parents something was wrong with me, and they kept sending me to counselors. So I learned how to present a persona as a class clown. And it wasn't until I was in the service and I saw some really nasty shit in this world. It's one of the reasons why I never want to go back to Africa is what I saw while I was in Africa. Oh God. I've seen to paraphrase Ray Batty, I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. I've seen slave auctions. I've seen where they kept slaves. I've seen what they did to the people they were turning into slaves. I saw the aftermath of where they cut guys' twig and berries off, and gangrene was getting involved in that. I've seen things like that. I've witnessed as people were being beheaded just because they were gay.
All right, I got to get going.
All right, you
All
have a
right,
good
see you,
one.
man.
Thanks for having me on. Thanks for listening.
Yep.
You too.
I haven't said much myself, but thanks for letting me talk when I do talk.
Yep. Love you, brother.
Bye.
You have a blessed evening now. Because I'm going to probably end up shutting it down now. It's been going
Okay.
on for almost 5 5 hours and almost 5 hours and 50 minutes.
44 minutes, 45
Yeah.
almost.
But yeah, is there any questions about character generation you got?
Nah. As
All
long
right.
as I got a site to work with and we can get through character creation and stuff like that, I got no problems.
All right, sweet. You'll get if I remember right, it is in the Hero's Handbook.
Here's handbook, okay.
About your starting funds for starting out at higher levels.
Okay.
Let me double check, and because it's either in the Hero's Guide or it's the Galactic Campaign Guide. I think it's the Hero's Guide that has that in there. And as the Jedi, you don't really have personal property.
No.
But games ended up destroying some B1 battle droids, and I asked if I could have the parts. And they said, yes, but you can't rebuild the battle droid as an operational battle droid. And I said, I don't want him as an operational battle droid. And they're like, oh, you just want the parts? Yeah. And I said, I'm going to turn it into a sculpture. And they were like, okay, that's cool. And went to one of the other players who was playing a tech specialist who would help me turn him into a sculpture, because I had all these parts from these B1 battle droids, and I had him basically build a new battle droid that wasn't an actual droid. It was just the body of the droid.
Uh-huh.
And I had him down sitting on one knee with his hands held up like he was holding something to present it to somebody, like
Yeah.
the stereotypical proposal with the ring.
Oh,
Okay. But it was where I kept my my lightsaber. My character, it was his lightsaber
I may
holder.
use that. I may use that in the future. Don't be alarmed.
Because that was how Val L stored his
Or I may
lightsaber.
use a destroyer droid for one. Destroyer droid going, here, my lord.
And the funny thing is, after I figured it all out and we got it all wrote up, because the guy's playing the tech specialist who was helping me build this thing,
Yeah.
he was laughing the whole time as he was making the rolls, and once he had it made, he goes, all right, we're ready to get it approved by all the judges. And because the games master who was sitting there gave me permission to build it, the main judges had to sign off on it. And they're like, let me get this straight. You let him keep all the parts of this all these B1 battle droids that they destroyed, right? Yep. Okay. But he can't have the droid. Oh no, he didn't want the droid as a working droid. He wants it as a sculpture. And they're like, okay, cool. And then, okay, what is he doing with the sculpture? Well, it's a B-1 battle droid down on one knee, holding his hands up as if he's presenting something, like when somebody's getting asking to get married, right? Yeah. Well, that's how the B-1 battle droid is set up. Okay, what's the problem? It's how he stores his lightsaber hilt. And everybody that overheard it started laughing their asses off, saying, You got to get a dark side point for that, man, because it was just
I
the
may
fact
use
that
that one different battle droid in the future, just so you know.
yeah, I mean I did it just for shits and giggles, man, and it was just meant to be something for fun, and I just
I may do something zany, just so you know. I got plans in my head.
cool beans. Give me a sec. I've got music coming in over. Let me hit that for a moment to stop all the music. But yeah, the starting trying to find the starting credits thing on here, and I used to be able to find it pretty damn quick, but now I'm getting old and I can't think straight sometimes. But then again, I've been doing this for we've been talking for over 5 hours, and then
5 hours, 50 minutes.
yep. Okay, it doesn't even have the index in here. What the hell? Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Looking through the hero's guide to find it because I could have swore that's where it was at. Because it's either there or it's in the galactic campaign.
Something.
Yeah, because it's the equip. Here we are. It is in the hero's guide on page 117.
Uh-huh.
All right, at 6th level, you will be starting out with 10,000 credits.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, at 8th level, it's 20,000.
Ooh.
So that gives you credits to buy shit with. You're since you're gonna be, you've got your 2 matching lightsabers.
Yeah.
Are you? Let's start
Yeah, I
out
got my
with
2 matching lightsaber hilts.
uh, your Jedi robes and all that stuff that goes with it.
Yep.
If you want to have a droid, just run it by me first.
I'm thinking of a droid, yes.
Because the droid would probably need to be something
An assistant
basic.
droid.
uh, Zach posted on the
Discord.
Discord the Buzz Lightyear saying there seems to be no sign of intelligent life anywhere. Ian responded, "Where are you looking? The DNC?"
Yeah. All right, move on.
Yep. But like I said, it's if you want a droid, in the Living Force campaign book, it talks about that. You can if somebody wants to play a droid, you can, even though in the Living Force campaign you're not really supposed to. I'm waiving that
I'm not. I'm just playing a.
because I know somebody who likes playing droids. So if they do decide to play the game, I'm more than willing to let them play a droid. Just need to let them play it, But
yeah, I'm still playing Dupe though. Okay.
cool. Well, I'm going to be shutting down since Tony's live stream started, and I don't want to
Understood.
Well,
I'll
love
be
you,
on
brother.
Discord soon.
Love you, brother. You have a
Love
good
you.
one.
See you soon.
Bye now.